Hello, everyone. It's a true pleasure to welcome you to the BE Excellence Conference. This is the sixth edition of the conference organized by the global BE community. And as a leader of this community, I can honestly say this one feels different. Why? Because the past year marked itself as a turning point in the evolution of business analysis. It's not just another chapter. This is the whole new version. That's why we are calling this conference edition BA version 3.0. And let me be clear here, there is no official concept behind of this definition, not yet. But inside of community and within EPAM, this is how we have come to describe the shift we are all experiencing. And over the course of the conference, our speakers will help us to unpack what BA 3.0 means in practice, not just in theory. But before diving in, I want to take this moment to highlight another major milestone from the past year. One that perhaps even more personal to all of us. You may have noticed that global BE community has grown to over 8,000 people worldwide. Just pause for a second. Image that. 8,000 business analysis professionals connected across time zones, industries, companies, languages, building something together. When we started this journey, I honestly couldn't imagine such scale. And as a professionals, I know you will appreciate that. The larger community, the more diverse the needs and challenges. What makes for one region may not work to another. And trying to manage everything centrally, it's not so effective anymore. So starting this very community, we are introducing a new direction. We are launching local embassies of the global BE community. Step by step, city by city, country by country, new hubs will open where our members live and work. We will be able to meet face to face, grow our networks, make new friends, and strengthen our expertise together on the ground. And today's conference is the first proof of this new vision in action. Today, thanks to the support of EPAM and our partners, we are live and in person in Hyderabad, India, in Tbilisi, Georgia, and in London, UK. If you cannot make it to one of our in-person locations, I also can't. I'm in Wrocław, Poland. This online streaming is for you, for us. We are just as much as part of this movement as everyone in the room. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you for helping us shape the future of business analysis and making this BE excellence possible. Let's get started. Let's begin.
Get that deck on the screen. So before we start, I am Mani and I'm a lead business analyst. And I've been with EPAM for a little over 4 years. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure the session is going to be full of new insights and valuable takeaways. But when we talk about values, one thing that really intrigues me is that, how sometimes as BAs, we have to wear product owner hat, product manager hat, just to ensure that we are developing something that is holistic and that is being consumed by users properly. So I think I would definitely want to invite two of my colleagues who are seasoned product owners on stage to talk about something very interesting. Let's welcome Abhishek and Pawan. Abhishek brings over 15 years of experience as a BA and PO in different domains. And Pawan has an experience of over 16 years, and they are here to talk about a very interesting topic, that is from business analysis to product management, the customer centricity shift. Over to you, Abhishek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mani. So I think you brought in a very good point, very critical point, Mani, that we face this problem as BAs quite often in our careers at various times, right? And it is very critical for us to resolve this. But at the same time, it is really important for us to understand that the one way that I believe could really help us to resolve this problem is to embrace customer centricity and to adopt a product mindset. That is something that we at EPAM do quite extensively. So I think if you do that, it'll not only help you resolve those issues, but you'll also be able to elevate yourself to a different level altogether. What do you think about that, Pawan?
Yeah, thanks, Abhishek. So hi everyone. I absolutely agree with you, Abhishek, that one needs to have customer centricity mindset, right, before solving any problems for customers. Now let me tell you a story now. So I have a friend who is very good at making lemonades. He has a great recipe. It is something like an exotic recipe that he has for making lemonade, and he has been doing at his home, and his relatives, his friends have been enjoying that lemonade. And one day he thought that, okay, let's make a business out of it. And what he has created a chain of outlets for that. And now in the first few months of his business, it was profitable and it was going well. But after that, it got stagnated. So I was a BA at the time, and I was his friend. So that time he asked me a few suggestions that, okay, now what should I do so that my business will again become profitable? So that time, as I was a BA, I was able to give him few suggestions which improves, where you can reduce the cost and where you can improve the efficiencies in the process. So improving efficiencies in the process in terms of using machines wherever there is a manual process. And cost reductions, I was saying that, okay, I have gave some suggestions that you can use sugar syrup instead of sugar and something like that for materials. So he was able to implement that, and for few months again, there was increase in profit, and the business was booming. But after again few months of time, again it got stagnated. So that time I got very curious to understand now what are the causes of it's becoming stagnating again. And I was trying to explore the solutions. And when I was exploring solutions, understanding customer centricity became a very big turning point. And for improving the profitability and looking at what customer is doing, customer centricity mindset is a very important critical thing to understand. And for a BA, in my opinion, I think there are 5 ways in which customer centricity mindset can be improved for a particular BA. The first one, which is very important one, is to understand what customer needs are, what customer pain points are. This thought process should be enabled or imbibed in the BA mindset, so that the BA will be able to dive deeply and empathetically he can understand what customer needs are. And the second one is to understand or identify what are the business drivers. Why do you understand business drivers? That will be very important when you are trying to create solutions and when you're trying to map the solutions, and you can understand how dynamically the business drivers are changing with your solutions. And the third one is when you are trying to create a product, what do? You have multiple features and you're trying to build something out of it. But there are few features, right, where it would be good for the product and which will improve the profitability, but it may not be relevant for the customer. So in that sense, you have to say no to few of the features and say yes to few of the features which are really important to the customer, for the end user as well. And the fourth one is when you are creating solutions and creating the product, you have to have open communication with the stakeholders. That is really important because you have to align all solutions and all the expectations what you are doing for the end user. And last but not the least is when you deliver your product, when it is there in the market, you have to understand whether it is success or failure. So for that, you have to create certain sort of mindset that how do you understand what are the success factors or what are the KPIs and metrics? So you have to have that sort of a mindset to even define the metrics and measure the success. So Abhishek, what do you think about this mindset?
I think you got it absolutely bang on with that, Pawan. I think that you've cracked the code, if you ask me, right? Because the 5 factors that I see on the screen right now, I think they are the key to be developing a customer-centric thought process. But you know what? I was thinking about it. What you've told here is something, what should we do, right? But I think all of us at certain point in time, we feel like, okay, we go someplace, somebody tells us, okay, you should do this, you should do this. But nobody tells us how should we do it. Right? So I think it is really important for us to understand how do we actually do this. So let me actually take you through my personal recipe of doing this stuff and how was I able to elevate myself from a business analyst into a product manager. So you see this, this is basically talking about developing a 3-step plan, right? So you start with the foundational level. At the foundation, what you need to do is you need to change your thought process. You need to start thinking more about customer. I'm not saying do not think about business. Business still needs to be profitable. But do not let go of the customer from your side. The customer must be your first preference. You have to change that thought process itself. You have to, how can you do that? You have to shadow customer interactions. Take any and every opportunity that you get, okay? Talk to people. Understand their pain points firsthand. The more you hear from the people directly, not from a third person, not from a fourth person, that is when you actually understand what it really means, what their real pain points are. Now that you've understood, you've heard them, you've realized what is the problem, you're trying to map it and find out how is it being solved. Is there really a solution, or is there something better that you can do? And that is where the research skills comes in. So you have to identify competitor, you have to identify market, all of that. It is very important as a business analyst or a product manager. It is very important to merge that mindset with the skill set. You cannot have one go without another. I'm so sorry. Third, a hands-on. It is a must-have, right? You have got to do hands-on practice. The best way to do that is to start with certain artifacts. Start customer empathy artifacts. Go with personas, user hypotheses, I don't know, empathy maps, right? There's so many artifacts out there that you could create, you could practice, you could generate hands-on experience with. This is when you do all of this and you develop a foundational experience. Mind you, you're not exposing this to anybody yet. You are learning. This is your learning curve. Unless and until you have a strong foundation, unless and until you have a strong base, there's no way you're going to build a building that's going to stay long enough. Once you're confident that your foundation has been established, you move to application phase. What happens in the application phase? Whatever you've learned, you apply it. But when you're applying it a little closer to yourself. You're not putting it out there, right? You're trying to figure out, oh, you know what? I learned this particular thing. This product manager in the team is doing it this way. Fair enough. Let me try doing it my way. You're not putting it out there, but you're practicing on real world problems. So you develop the foundation. Now you're building on top of it by practicing on something that you're working on. You don't need to put it out there yet, unless you're absolutely confident. So you have to do feature analysis in your own way to apply your own learning process. Then comes validation. Now, validation is where it becomes really, really important, because just because you think about it in a certain way or you've learned it in a certain way does not mean that it is actually the right way, right? You've got to lean on the experience of the leaders. You've got to lean into the experience of people who've been doing this day in, day out. So talk to them, understand them, validate your perspective with them. Talk to senior product managers, talk to delivery managers. These guys will help you. If you do not have access to them, what you can do is there are a plethora of options available. You reach out to customers. A by B testing is one of the most important things that you can do, right? Last but not the least, in the application phase, you have to build the environment around you. You have to start influencing the people around you, right? So your team has, you're not just a BA, right? Or you're not just a product manager. Your team has devs. Your team has QAs. Your team has Scrum Master. That does not necessarily mean they also have that same thought process. So you have to start building that culture in the team. You have to take that lead, right? Because the moment you start taking that lead, you start building that leadership thought in your mind. You get to understand it okay, this is the environment that I am bringing around me, so I will only grow further. Think of it like you are a plant that needs to ensure that you have the right soil, the right environment, and the right kind of water around you. That is what means by application. Now, once you've applied it, you know, you validated your theories, you validated your practice, you understood that, yes, it absolutely works fine, I am aligned. Then is when you actually go and demonstrate it to the wider audience, right? Put it out there. Let people understand what you've done. Let people see it. How do you do that? Very simple process. Volunteering. Okay? Go out there, talk to people, tell your product manager, tell your delivery manager, okay, you know what? I want to take this feature, I want to own it end to end, from conceptualization to launch. That is what I want to do. Strategize it, figure out how you want to do it, create the vision, create the mission, take it from there, understand, research, do everything that you have to write until you launch it. When I say launch, we're talking metrics, we're talking tracking the metrics, we're launching campaigns and whatnot. There are so many things that you do when it comes to taking a feature from conceptualization into launch. And customer advocacy is something that you cannot let go of at any point in time. So you have to exhibit that thought process in any meeting that you go to. What I mean by that, one of very important leaders of one of the e-commerce companies across the globe, he believes that you should always have a customer's seat at the table in any meeting that you have. That basically means whenever you are having a meeting, take a chair which is empty. Imagine that a customer is sitting there. In every meeting, you should ask that empty chair, what do you think? Think like customer. Think what your customer would tell you. Think what the customer would say. What does he need? What does he do? What does he want? All of that is very important when it comes to customer centricity. What do you think, Pawan?
Absolutely right, Abhishek. So I was talking about the mindset shift in terms of customer centricity. And now there is a skill set shift as well. So these are the two things that I have imbibed in myself when I was trying to move from BA to product manager. Now, what happened when I tried to understand customer centricity, when I have learned all those, grasped all the things, that time I was able to give a better suggestions for my friend, right? So when he was trying to understand what the problem is, how we can improve the profitability, what I have done is I told him that, okay, now we have to concentrate on what customer needs are, what they want. So when we were trying to answer that, we understood that, okay, we need to have different recipes. Like some customers may want with a pinch of ginger, lemonade with a pinch of ginger, lemonade with a pinch of salt, and somebody wants only sugar. So with that, we were trying to create multiple products for based on the customer needs. So once we have done that, his business started growing a lot, and it has become more profitable. So that's how we implemented customer centricity into whatever my friend was doing, and customer centricity becoming the core of the whole product management.
Again, I think you did a brilliant job out there, Pawan, and your results speak for themselves, right? So I think there's no wonder about that. I think for closing this topic, I think I just want to call out a very basic thought, right? When it comes to product mindset, or when it comes to thinking like for your customer, you have to think from the perspective that what you're building for them is not for them, is not for the client, but it is for their customer, right? And you have to believe in the product. You're trying to sell it, right? At the end of the day, even your customer wants to sell that particular product to their customers, right? So you have to believe that the product that you're building is your own baby, is your own product, is your own creation, and you believe that it truly adds a value, right? So how you know, like I am a father of two, and I know that I want to ensure that my kids achieve their true potential, their maximum potential. The same applies to product. It's a very simple analogy, right? The same applies. If you believe that the product is your own child, you will ensure that everything that you put in them, every culture that you imbibe in your child, every thought process that goes in there is for their good, and is for the good of eventual selling of the product. Not that you're selling your kids, but you know what I mean, right? So yeah, that's essentially right. You've got to believe in the product. And yeah, I think with that, we'll take any questions that you may have. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have two questions. Right. Question number one: the technology managers right now, they have huge wish list. Correct. They are very much fascinated with all these AI technologies, the evolving new landscape of technology, and at the same time, customers, they have their own wish list. How do you manage a common point between these both? Because few times the customers might not need a technology solution, they might need something else, maybe a manual update or manual process, or maybe some sort of or maybe verbal talk, but you would like to give a solution for it through a technology like a chatbot or something. But how do you try to really balance a point where a customer and a technology manager is satisfied? That's my first question. Second question, uh, one thing that really fascinated me or maybe caught my attention was saying no on your slide. I need a little bit more insights about that.
First.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll go with that second question that you have asked, right? So you're able to hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when I said that, okay, we need to have that mindset where we can where we can say no for the requirements, right? Whatever the customer had. So let me take an example. So for example, when my customer is saying that, okay, I have a big product to create, and but for that I need I have about 50 features. So in that 50 features, there are few features, something like which, for example, I'll say maybe e-commerce platform that the customer wants. So for that e-commerce platform, the customer says that, okay, I have some core process that needs to be created, and along with that, there are some other additional processes that needs to be, which are as part of support to the core process that needs to be created. Now, how should I go about it? So when I am trying to create an MVP for that, right? So I cannot take all the 50 features together. So what happens is I'll consider the core process first, because without that your business cannot fly. Okay, and after that maybe I'll take up the support process, which may be adding value to that core process. So that's how I'll try to differentiate between what is needed for the business, which will at least have a faster go to market, and which are the features which may wait for maybe the next release, which are not completely core to the process that has to be released for. So that's how we can differentiate where we can say no, or where we can say yes.
Just to add on to that, and actually this my answer is going to be actually very much related to your first question as well, so probably I'm going to try and answer both of them at the same time. So I think it all boils down to, as is the theme of this particular talk, right? Customer centricity. So you talk about telling people no, you talk about leadership wanting something, or tech leaders versus wanting something else. At the end of the day, you have to tell them no as well. So the two questions are actually very much related. You do not need to worry about, or you do not need to think about what does the client want versus what does the technology leader want. That is the whole point of this conversation. Your first preference must be the customer that is going to impact. You have to think about them. You have to think about the value that you're going to add to them. When you do that, trust me when I tell you, everything will fall into place. The moment you tell somebody that this is the value that I'm going to add with this particular thing to the customer, and this is what it will not add, that is where no comes in, with a proper justification. You are not saying no out of hunch, right? You're saying no based on facts. The same applies when you're talking about tech leaders versus the customers. The customers at the end of the day want business, right? For them, at the end of the day, for every business is important money, right? So you've got to figure out, is it really either letting them earn more money, or is it saving them money, or in any other metric, right? So you have to focus on metrics. That is why metrics become really, really important, really, really critical. So you've got to figure out the sweet spot between finding the customer value, managing the business expectations, managing the technical expectations. That's exactly what the job of a product manager is. It's in the books. If you look at it, it's a Venn diagram with 3 boxes or 3 circles. At the center of it sits product manager. And that's where customer centricity comes. When you do that, you're bound to succeed. I hope I answered your question.
First of all, great presentation, Pawan and Abhishek. It was very short and crisp, and it had a very profound impact. My question is that, assuming that this particular framework has, elevated your thought process, and you guys were able to deliver the customer value, I wanted to understand what are the challenges you guys faced on the path.
I'll take that, Pavan, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. So the challenge is, right? Imagine that you are, I don't know, you are an author, you are a writer, right? And you've been a writer since your teenage, right? And you've been taught, okay, this is how you write an A. That's your way. You write an A like this, right? But suddenly somebody comes back and says, you know what, in a particular country or in a particular language, you don't write A like this. You write A in a little different way. And now I have to unlearn everything and learn everything afresh. So somebody, since my childhood, well, I say somebody, I mean my parents, of course. So my parents, since my childhood, told me there is a certain way to do certain things. Forget about why, do things, right? But then when I'm exploring the product mindset concept, when I'm exploring the customer centricity, the books tell me, the experience tells me that I need to let go. I need to let go of everything that I have learned, I have imbibed in me as my values since birth, since I started thinking, right? It's been a practice of decades. And I have to suddenly get into it and change that whole thing and wipe the slate off and start afresh. That's not going to be easy. And that is the biggest challenge that I faced. It was not easy. It took time. I had to introspect a lot. Every time I did something, I thought, could I have done it a little differently? Could I have done it with a thought process of customer? It will take time, like I said, but eventually you will get it. As long as you are your own most critic person, you have to criticize yourself. You have to figure out, where are you wrong? Where could you do better? I hope I answered.
Yeah, adding up to that, so the challenge that I faced, maybe I'll explain to you, right? So when I was trying to understand what customer centricity is, what product management is, I had a lot of reference material, and I had a lot of people whom I can maybe follow up with and try to understand what it is about. But once I learned all of those things, right, I was not able to get any opportunity to implement, right? What, as Abhishek said, that I did not have any opportunities that to do that. So what happened was I tried to grab the opportunities. So at a practice level, you had various initiatives, and at a customer level as well, right? There are various opportunities. So where I try to understand and implement, try to implement whatever that I have learned in terms of whatever it is, in terms of trying to discover what the needs are, and trying to create a roadmap, or trying to create a metrics by which you can measure the success of whatever you have implemented. So all those things I faced some challenges, but yeah, try to grab those opportunities as well. So that's what I have done. Yeah.
My question is concerned with where Pavan said that he tried lemonade with different flavors. So my question turns towards how to marry this with the domain standards. Because, and if we are sticking to domain, then how to introduce new ideas?
Okay, I think I would want you to hold on to that thought, Mitu. The reason is the next talk is predominantly around how domains and how BAs and things like that could happen. So maybe we'll hold on to that thought for now, and we'll probably have that answer in the next talk. Yeah.
Just a second.
So firstly, thank you for giving those customer centricity holistically. I think that's something that I'm going to take away home. There's one thing that caught my attention when you're talking about transitioning from a BA to a PM. One was the mindset shift, and the second was the skill set shift. By mindset shift, I believe it's related to customer centricity, but I would like to get more insights on the second part that you have mentioned, which is the skill set shift.
Okay, so these both things, whether you talk about mindset, whether you talk about skill set, okay, yes, you may have a mindset, but there is a standard approach, right? There is a way things are done, right? For example, if I'm assuming you are a business analyst as of now.
Yes.
Okay, great. So if I tell you that, okay, create a process flow diagram, or if I tell you create a BRD, if I tell you create a user story, you know there is a standard format that you have to follow, right? And that is something that the moment any BA or any developer in the world would see, they will know what it means. Same concept applies to product management. Product management has its own frameworks, has its own techniques, has its own ways of doing things, which are standardized, right? The moment any other PO sees it, any other product manager sees it, they know what you're talking about. That is where the skill set comes in. But again, like I said, only skill set is also not enough, because while you may know what to do, if you do not, while you may know how to do it, if you do not know what to do, you'll again be in trouble, right? So it is important for you to understand how do you marry those two things. Sorry to steal your words, Mitu, but yeah, that's essentially what I'm trying to say, right? You've got to figure out, you have to learn the skills, you have to change the mindset, and put those things together to be an effective customer-centric product manager. You may be a product manager, but you're not an effective product manager unless you're thinking about the customer.
Right.
That is where it comes in.
Just to add on to whatever Abhishek said, right? So yeah, mindset is very important, because without that, you will not have that behavior, right? That okay, you have to work towards something or solve customer needs. And skill set, as you were saying, that can be built over the years. So it is a continuous learning anyway, building the skills. Okay, that's how you have to maybe differentiate.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
I think we just have a couple of minutes. Maybe we'll take one last question and then maybe park rest of them towards the end of the session, because we do have to. Yep, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sudarshan sir and Rohit sir, for bringing this organization for this event. Thank you very much, and the madam also, and both of you. Thank you very much. But this one put together into this one BA in an HR functions. With the respect to the technology changing up and using the one AI tool, and the HR functions in the different one, how to be the one to take the decisions in this technology changing in the content management or the any kind of functions in the change management, employee experience design, and also the one something else, whatever it is. And then particularly made mention to this BA, HR, AI, NI, totally forget about across the globe. You're using only the hottest topic like this on AI. But why not NI, natural intelligence, totally across the globe is wiped out and added to these two letters, AI. And sorry to you. And your opinion on this one, NI, AI, BA, HR, put together in this one technology, in these HR functions, how to be the one, by use the one functions by the HR people in the synergizers in the taking the technology changing world. Your opinion?
Sure. So first and foremost, thank you for that question. That's a brilliant question. Now, one thing I want to call out, HR as a role is very underrated. Okay. In EPAM, we prefer to call them people persons. Every HR of ours is kind of prefixed with a people partner, people this, people that, right? So we are not HRs predominantly, at least on designation. Having said that, people person predominantly means that you have to have natural intelligence. There is no way you can be a people person without actually having a conscience, without actually being a good human, right? That is where natural intelligence will come in. There is no denying that. AI can always help you. Now, okay, we'll talk about BA first. So when I say BA and HR, I'm assuming you're talking about BAs in HRMS as a domain, right? So again, BAs in HRMS as a domain is a very common concept. No concerns there. But AI is where it can really be impactful, right? You've got to figure out what are the places where HR functions could be improved in terms of efficiency. We have so many processes which take so much time. We have so many things that take up so much elaborate processes and whatnot. If they can be automated using AI, why not? That would be my understanding. Pawan?
There is one interesting session which is going to be there for AI. I think it will really maybe clarify all that question that you had. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Love the fact that the speakers, audience, everybody is equally enthusiastic about speaking on this topic. But because we have a time restriction, thank you so much, Abhishek and Pawan, Great insights, much needed at this point of time. So I'll quickly move on to the next session. I was recently having a session with our fellow associate BAs, and they said, okay, the Scrum team develops the product. Okay, the product owner or manager envisions it. Where do BAs come into picture? How do we make that impact? All right. So I think this is a very good question for budding people who really want to understand how we can make or break a particular product. So for that, I would want to invite our guest speaker from Reckitt Global, Shafi, who's a senior manager and comes with a great deal of experience. And he'll be accompanied by our fellow EPAMmer, Siva Prasad, with over 25 years of experience and leads the Reckitt account. Siva Prashant. I'm so sorry. Please, Shafi, over to you.
Am I audible? Loud and clear? Thank you. First of all, thank you, EPAM, to be here. A full house here. Good evening, everyone. And for the people joining virtually from elsewhere, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. So before we start, how many of you know the Reckitt products? Apart from the people working for Reckitt, please. How many of you know Reckitt products? Apart from Dettol. Let us add that.
Soft clues. It's some of these products are something you have used all through your lives.
Okay, Harpic, more. Dettol, Harpic. Sorry? Lysol, okay. Sorry? Sorry, Retin. Reddit, no. Okay. So you'll be surprised. You'll have in one of our slides, we have the brands that we have for Reckitt. So the brands as such are widely used, and you know them day in and day out. But Reckitt is something that makes that, and that is something that many people do not know. Okay. So why am I here? I am not a BA, so I'll definitely not be preaching to the choir here, saying what BAs have to do, what BAs do not have to do, and so on. I'm here just to share my experience working as a lead of the transformation program that we are partnering with EPAM, Shiva and his team leading that, and our experiences and how critical the role of a BA is from our perspective. So that is what I'm going to share here. Okay, and this is a brief agenda for us, and will not take much time on the introduction. The 2 and 3 is where we will have a lot of time on, and then 4 and 5, obviously. Okay, brief about me. I've been in this industry for the past 20 years. All of it in the data side of things across multiple technologies, geographies, and industries. CPG, I've been in it for the last, I think, 4 years now. Joined Reckitt in 2021, and I've been leading multiple programs there. Right now, I lead along with the transformation program. I also lead the DNA Competency Center, or the DNSCOE at Reckitt. Okay, how many of you know these now? How many of you use these? So Dettol, Lysol, and Harpic, you all got that. Finish, Strepsils, Gaviscon, Mucinex, Mortein, Airwick, right? Calgon, right? Enfamil Nutrigen. If any of you have been to the US, maybe you will be familiar with these nutrition brands. Okay, so these are some of the brands that we have at Reckitt, and an overview of Reckitt. So there are 2 levels of transformations going on. The first one is an org-wide transformation in Reckitt, where the way we were structured was into health, hygiene, and home, and nutrition. These were our business units that we had. Late last year, there was a shift in that, and the way we are trying to organize ourselves is into essential home, Reckitt core. So the health and hygiene, we have pushed that into Reckitt core, and we are trying to move the home-related products like Airwick and Mortein and some of them into a separate business unit. And nutrition has always been, like for quite some time, has been already delineated into a separate business unit. So this is a massive transformation that is going on at Reckitt. Why this is massive is the way, right from corporate reporting that happens, the results that we give, all of that was under health hygiene. So all of our ERP systems, everything had to be aligned to that particular level. Now to move all of those products and rearrange them into a different structure is not an easy job. And doing this across the length and breadth of our organization is quite a major transformation. Okay. But what does it have to do with what I'm going to say here? So this brought about a challenge. Like, okay, I'll have to talk about IMEX. So I'm going to talk about another transformation which we piggybacked on top of our earlier transformation and created this, right? So the challenge with the earlier transformation was there were hundreds of reports, multiple dashboards each market uses. Like we are across more than 50 countries. So each market uses multiple dashboards which had all of these business units as their drivers. All of them have to be changed now, right? And one of the challenges was many of these dashboards were built locally, not on top of our global platform. If you can see, right, like 85% of those reports were on a local program, local platforms, only 15% on our global data platform. So all of these led to a massive transformation requirement. So rather than doing only that, we also added another layer to it, saying that why should these be done locally? We have global platforms. Just why do we even change those reports there? Bring them onto the global data platform while you are at it, right? And why do we do that? Is these are some of the objectives that we have. Ensure business continuity. Business continuity, when we are actually moving or making this change, the business should not be impacted. For example, if you see the daily sales report, the number of daily sales report that you see there, massive, 112. So what that means, let me explain that graphic for a bit, right? So a daily sales report is something that the sales analyst in the market sees during the beginning of his day, says, okay, what is the target that I have? How much sales did I do? And what should I do today, right? But then why do we have 112 daily sales reports? It should be one report, right? So we're talking about EUANZ. This is Europe and Australia, New Zealand markets. So around like 30, 35 countries we're talking about. They have 112 reports because many of them have been developed locally on. So for example, a sales analyst comes and asks the local IT guy, I need a report, right? What he does, he plugs into our ERP systems, downloads the data into an Excel, put it on SharePoint and build a report and give it to him. The same happens multiple times over and over again. Now, when all good, right? Because the business or the sales guy is getting the report in 3 days, as opposed to if he comes to a global platform and asks for a report, he'll get probably in 3 months, right? But the challenge with that is when there are transformations like these at an org level, now all of these reports, which were not built on a global platform, not following any standards, all of them have to be migrated, the changes have to be made for them, right? That number one. Number two, who will support these many reports? The guy who built it will go, right? The challenge is the support of these reports, right? So just in EUNZ alone, for supporting the local data infrastructure, we used to spend more than 1 to 1.5 million every year just on supporting this from the local IT infra. So we used to call that a derogatory term, I know, but we used to call it the local cottage industry that they had actually developed there in EUNC. So we said, no, nothing doing. We are not going to support that unless you move all of that onto the global data platform. Meanwhile, continuing our business, the business should not be impacted. So we have multiple waves in which the transformation has been done. So unified reporting is what I was talking about. All the reports being sourced from the global data platform, having less number of reports, but unified and unified division wise, right? Eliminate. So this was the objective of our earlier transformation or the org-wide transformation, hygiene and health, eliminating them in and bringing the Reckitt core, right? And then deploy Trinity. Trinity is our global data platform, which our EPAM team has been managing quite well. So bringing all of those reports onto our global data platform, adapt to system changes. So as part of our Reckitt org-wide changes, all of our ERP systems or finance systems, all of them are also undergoing change to adapt to that change also, and then streamline and automate the transformation and adopt the global. So these are some of the objectives of the transformation. And so we want to bring all the data infrastructure that is there in the local platforms onto the global platform, move some more than 700 odd reports into less than 150 reports in the first wave. And then like further scope for any harmonization, we'll do that later. I know a busy slide, but to help you understand the scope of this transformation, this was needed. Okay, these are some of the, this is how we want to do that in waves. The wave one, like business continuity, ensuring the reports as in situ, right? Like wherever they are, those reports would be, any redundant reports would be just deleted, and the reports which cannot be immediately harmonized will be changed to be aligned to the org changes. The wave two is where we move all of them onto our Trinity, onto our global platform, and then like the cross-region harmonization within the EU-NZ region itself. Like we have multiple sub-regions. We have Central Europe, Eastern Europe, West Europe, Central Europe, and all of that. So cross-region report harmonization also we will and who are all involved in this program? Like obviously the program management, but then like we have our DNA leadership involved driving that. We have our IMEX EU-NZ leadership, like the local market regional leadership, and the business functions, our supply functions, HR function, our sales functions, and so finance, and so on and so forth. All of them are involved, and I'm proud to say EPAM is present in many of these places. Okay, Shiva, you and your team have been involved and driving this program with us, right? Very complex slide and showing the ways of working or the operating model that we have for this. Do you want to explain why it is so complex?
Sure. Hello, everybody, and thank you, Shafi. I'll try my best to demystify it. As you have seen, we were involved in almost all the aspects of bringing this complex program onto the Trinity data platform, and where and when, how BS have helped is what I'll try and kind of address at this point. So first section, where we have, in fact, let me back up a little and tell you about the different types of BS that we had interacted with. The first was the market BS or the regional BS, who are Reckitt employees who have been working with these reports for the past several years, know them in and out, and are having the entire functional knowledge of how the business runs. So they see the report, they know what's gone wrong with it, and they're able to kind of give us the immediate feedback. Then we have the BAs who help develop these reports. That's from a different vendor who are partnering with us and working with us. So they have a set of people who have been knowing how to kind of develop these reports in and out. Then we have our own EPAM business analysts who have come in fresh into this program and are trying to do two aspects. One is, how do I rationalize these reports and bring them onto the common platform, number one. And number two, how can I work with the program BAs or the market BAs and bring that knowledge into in a way into the EPAM side of things, so that we are able to do a better job in harmonizing those reports and make them much more simpler. Because we have entered from the data space where we are trying to bring in all the data first and then do the analysis. These three sets of BAs are where most of the complexity kind of risen. That is the reason why we kind of thought of bringing this particular slide to you. The wave one activity is something that the vendor BAs have been working on, trying to kind of bring different country, different daily sales reports from 150, 120 to 35. That's where their focus is on. Our focus is on how do I bring those 35 to maybe 5 or 6 at a later point in time. So as part of this whole exercise, I'm not getting into each section and then trying to talk about it, because it takes me 30-40 minutes to talk about it. But that's where the BA approach from the client BAs, from the vendor BAs and our BAs is kind of coming to the fore. This section, as I said, is from the regional BAs. This section is where our team is kind of working on to bring them down to a much, much lesser number. Unless and until there's a proper handoff, unless and until there is a product management mindset in, if you think of all these reports as a product, if you think of all these reports as, an end deliverable, how do I rationalize them? How do I harmonize them? And how do I get the knowledge so that I'm able to do it right the first time? Getting 100 odd reports into 35 odd reports is no mean achievement. Getting them onto 5 reports is also no mean achievement. But ensuring that all the hundreds and hundreds of people who are using these reports before are satisfied, are able to make best use of this, convincing them that, it doesn't matter that we are bringing down your numbers from 100 odd to 35 odd or 5 odd. Your needs are still satisfied. Your needs are still met. That's where we have found the most complexity, the most pushback between the 3 sets of BAs, the 3 sets of teams, and how do we make this work? How do we come to a common agreement? How do we deliver what is right the first time? That's the reason why I just wanted to have this picture shown to you. We bring in the data knowledge, the vendor BA brings in the report building knowledge, client brings us the validation knowledge of, yes, this report works, this report does not work. And working across multiple zones, multiple countries, multiple languages, this is what we have been able to achieve. And this has been going on for the past 5 months. From a progress perspective, I'll say at this point, we are at 15 to 20% achieved, while we have consumed maybe 20% of the budget already. But the whole acceleration is going to come in the next 3 months. And we are already seeing it in our own sprints, where we started off with 0 report delivery after 1.5 months, 4 report delivery after another 1.5, 2 months. And now in the last sprint, we've been able to move it to 8 reports. That acceleration has come through a lot of pain, a lot of discussions, a lot of back and forth. That's what we've been able to achieve. And I'm proud to say that we should be able to meet, if not exceed, the target before the end of this year. So thank you, Shafi, for this.
Thanks, Shiva. I was afraid you are going to give a status report here. So guys, the main reason we had this was like to help you understand. If you look at the green points, the green arrows and the green circle, right? Throughout the cycle of that, taking the reports from the business users, saying that, okay, why do you need all these reports, funneling them down into a reasonable number of reports, giving them to the data teams, helping them understand what needs to be done and what are the critical KPIs, how to harmonize them and all of that. And then having them validated and then getting the sign off from the markets, right? So every step of the way, the BS, like whether it is market BS, whether it is our DNA BS, whoever it is, right? They are very, very critical in every step of this way. So that is the reason why we brought this here. Okay, significance of a BA. Now, I promised I'll not be preaching to the choir, so I'm not going to read all of that. The reason why I brought this slide is to tell you that, yes, BAs are strategic partners, right? Unless the BAs are brought in early. So some of the programs where I've seen the BA comes in later, right? Like first the roadmap is done, all the alignments between the IT leadership, typically IT leadership is done, and then the BAs are brought in, right? And then like they go talk to the business and the business has no clue that there is this thing happening. And we go and tell them, but this has been in flight for the last so and so months, right? So bringing or treating business analysts as a strategic partner is very, very important. And that is what we have done. We have tried to bring them on much earlier into the program. Requirements master, like why do we bring them on is to understand the requirements from both the sides, not just like requirements is not gathering only from the business point of view, but here some of these are IT driven transformation. So understanding the requirements, why do we need to do that? Why is it critical for this IT transformation to be done along with the business transformation is also important. And that is where the BAs play a critical role in understanding and conveying that message either ways, right? comms nerve center, nothing more to say, right? Like they are the focal point of conversation between the business. Like it's like they're like the translator in the UN programs that you see, right? Like everyone speaking their own language, but without the translator, no one understands. So they are the translators. You are rather, right? Problem solver, absolutely. Data analyst. Without that, I think I heard Pawan and Abhishek give that, and one of the critical things on being hands-on, you have to have that, especially this being a data transformation program, you need to have those skills so that like you churn the data, you understand, and then you come up with those solutions. The change agent. So a similar transformation just preceding that was where we had to consolidate a couple of data platforms into one. And the biggest challenge for us was to convince the business that now this report, which has the same KPIs, which is much faster, much simpler, more aesthetic, can you give sign off and shift to that so that we can retire that report? So the BS had literally had a very tough time convincing the business, and that is where the change management comes into picture, and business and BS play a very critical role in that as well. Yeah, I've been talking about the challenges, lack of clarity. If we do not have the clarity, because if you look at this operating model, this is a very simplistic depiction of what has been going through in that transformation program. And if any BA does not have the whole picture, why this needs to be known. For example, the BA on the top there, the market BS, if they do not know that once they give that initial set of reports, what will happen and what is the end goal, without that clarity, they'll never be able to do the right job, and then we will face obstacles right through. Right, the lack of documentation. So we are talking about hundreds of reports, and I told you how those reports were created. Just local IT guys creating those reports on top of Excels and SharePoint. Right, no documentation. Now imagine what the situation is trying to understand all of those reports without documentation. So please ensure, if not you, someone in the team has that has every step documented. Right, no thorough analysis upfront. Yeah. This is where, like, again, to my earlier point, having the complete understanding of the overall program and understanding not just this program, but the BS should also look either ways and say, are there any other programs? For example, at Reckitt, there is another transformation going on where we are moving our ERP from JDE to SAP, right? Some of these programs, if they overlap, then there is an impact. So understanding that and bringing that also onto the plate is important. Not always you'll have that, and that is where talking to the other people, to the stakeholders, as was mentioned in the previous session, is important. Yeah, summing it up, I think there's for any successful transformation, you are the key, and your ability to align business with the technical leadership is paramount for us. So I think we have come to any questions. How are we on time? Are we on time? Yep. Disclaimer, I am not a domain guy, I'm still an
So my question was that you are going through market, understanding what customers are looking at, but there is also a domain constraint. So how do you marry this up? And let's say that I am staying with the domain, then how do market gets new idea?
So why is domain a constraint? If you look at CPG, think and new ideas, right? What else is new other than AI? And our Genesis program, which EPAM is again part of, is utilizing Gen AI and bringing marketing up to speed and helping marketing teams, right? all of that in the domain. So why do you think it is a constraint? Maybe I did not get the question right.
To put it simple, how many options to give and how to be intelligent enough to choose them.
If I may just, so you're talking about from the perspective of a functional BA to you want to remain a functional BA for longer. Is that the thought behind it, this question?
No, I am understanding how to place some new idea into market as a product.
Okay. So earlier you were, I mean, I'm talking about those days where I was preparing for B school, several decades ago, I can say that. You would have a lot of these marketing and brand managers and all sitting in rooms and trying to kind of generate different ideas and looking at ads, looking at your daily lives and generating ideas and kind of coming up with them. And then example, Thanda matlab Coca-Cola, Thanda dena, that's how different ideas kind of propagated. In today's world, that cycle of idea generation to execution, what used to be taking months is now in minutes. That is only and only because of the availability of data, the ability to churn the data and then come up with quicker answers, supporting your individual mindset. But even now, if you look at some of the ads that you see for CPG and retail organizations, they are still very close to the heart, but they're just relevant. Look at the Cadbury's ad that was there before, and now how the roles have flipped, and there's a guy coming in and then handing it over to a girl who has played a great cricket shot and hit it for a six. The same idea, how it turned around in the last 15 or 20 years. How did that idea come? It came from daily life, I mean, as an example. So staying close to what the market is looking for, staying close to what convenience is versus what practicality is, and being able to kind of apply what you see in your daily lives in and around you, keeping your eyes and ears open, and support that by using your Gen AI. Like we had the quiz at the beginning. Earlier it was only written words and written combinations. We have to hunt for pictures from different places. Now we are able to generate that picture at Jiffy. How? By you all becoming PMs, not product managers but prompt managers.
Just to add, right? The domain is also evolving, right? Just as Shiva said, how the CPG world was 10 years back or even 5 years back now is completely different to how it is now. So it's not just that like domain is a constraint, domain is also evolving, right, along with the technology hand in hand. So I do not think that is a constraint still.
Thank you.
Just a second, Mani.
Okay, we'll take one last question before we have to move on to them.
Hey, hi, this is Mirza. I have a simple question. How do you ensure that the solutions which we are building are future ready? For example, if Reckitt acquires some product, how do you ensure their sales report get automatically generated as a part of your solution? So what thought process do you usually make when you come up with such solutions?
Okay, when you say future ready, earlier it was like, okay, will we be using that 10 years down the line? A few years back, it was like, will we still be using it 3 years down the line? I think now future means will you be using it in 2026, right? So that is how it is evolved. So we do not look too ahead into the future, especially in CPG. Like we are like, bring it on, fail fast, learn fast, and move forward. So we do not actually think too much into the future. Sure.
Yeah. Hi, this is Vishwajit, and thanks Shafi and Shiva for briefing it out. So my question is like, for the BAs, since you have signified about it, right? Like, how do you see in the coming years, from being a functional or technical BA, how do you see how to cope up with the current market, and how do you see in the next 2 to 3 years BA being transitioning? Secondly, I did follow, like the company, whatever you people are doing and the map which you have created. So what can I expect in the next 3 to 4 years down the line, where Reckitt would be there, and how would we expanding its market and operations? Thank you.
Let me answer the second question first. So we have been undergoing this reorg for the last, I think, 6 months or more now. And there is a reason for that is like we have understood that there are some brands which have been not focused upon in terms of their R&D and all of that, whereas there have been some brands which are, like we call them our power brands, which are actually doing much better. So we are trying to segregate them so that like there is enough focus where the power brands are, and there the not so great brands, like we are trying to focus differently on them, right? So that is one of the strategies for us for the next few years, and hopefully that will pay off. What was your first question? Sorry. To BS, right? I think like any other job function, right? I think earlier also it was mentioned that Gen A, right, or AI, or today it is Gen A. A decade ago it was big data. A decade ago it was something else, right? These are more tools that will help us do our job effectively, rather than anything that they change the nature of how we work. But I don't think they will be able to replace any of these job functions anytime soon.
I mean, we'll still need to clean our homes. We'll still need to clean our hands. So
thank you so much for having me, and thank you.
Thank you, Shafi. Thank you, Shiva. That was super insightful. I'm sure there are a lot of questions for all the audience. Let's park some additional questions. We'll take them at the end of the session when we are doing offline networking. Okay, moving on. Our next session is super in line with what everybody is talking, AI. And then we are about to actually level up the conversation. For the next session, I want to invite two of my amazing colleagues who are joining us virtually. Abhishek, can you please project it? It's going to be AI-assisted BA, PO, and PDM then versus now, a proven transformation. I'm sure it got all of you very excited. They will talk us through how AI is already transforming the industry, and also about some ethical guardrails that are really important when you're using AI. So joining us are Malar and Soumya. My colleagues, Malar is an AI-powered BA and product owner. She's the AI EPAM ambassador as well. Predominantly worked in healthcare industry, and she's here to share her insights. Along with her is Soumya, who's an AI enthusiast BA who's over 7 years of experience. So over to you, Malar and Soumya.
Thank you, Mani. Am I audible clearly? Am I audible, everyone?
Yes, Mala, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the introduction, Mani. And before I would like to start the session, right, I would like to give some brief about me. Till 2022, I would like to call myself as a technical BA, technical product owner. That's how I introduce myself. Even in my social, you will see I have named myself as a technical BA, technical product owner only. But if we take a quick shift to 2025, I have a label AI BA, AI empowered BA, because that best describes what I'm doing right now. First of all, I'm working in Gen AI projects or AI ML projects, so I'm working in AI solutions. Next is, even if I work in some non AI features as well, AI is everywhere in my business analysis activity. Whatever the activity that I do from start till the end, AI is always there. Sometimes it plays a minor role, sometimes it plays a major role, sometimes completely autonomous as well. And that is what we are going to see today. So first, we'll be starting with how we were doing it traditionally, and then how we are doing it now with our proven metrics. We did a POC on a adoption, and then now we have implemented it throughout our account as well. So we'll be showing that metrics, and we have some agents ready as well. So with that agents I'm working right now, I'll be showing the demo to you. And we have another colleague, Soumya. So he have recently implemented the AI adoption POC in his account for business analysis. So we'll be discussing about that with him. And finally, we will talk about AI ethics and compliance and governance and best practices that we can do in our Gen AI solutions. So let's start with the session. Okay. Some of us would be working in all the phases, like how I described, from the discovery, conceptualization, initiation or ideation, till the support as well, right? And some people would be working only in the design phase, development phase, after the discovery too. But despite of our roles and responsibilities, right? So this is how BAs are working, right? So you may be in the discovery phase, you may be in the development phase. So whatever the work we do, we were doing it manually with some tools, of course, till 2022. If you just take me as an example, you know, let us start with discovery phase. I'll be doing this market analysis, user research, all that stuff. Let me talk about that user research. So first of all, I'll do this market segmentation, user segmentation, all that stuff, and we will prepare for the user research. We will choose the technique, we will choose the techniques we need to do, and we'll prepare our format, we'll do some trial, and then we'll go for the user research. And during the user research, we will have a person who will be a note taker, and he will be taking notes while we are doing our user research, despite of the technique we do, right? So after the user research, we will take another 1.5 month to create the user research insights, and then we will derive some features out of it. What is the then now all that prioritization, everything will comes up. But not anymore, you know so what I did in 2023, I had to work in a Gen AI project. So before that, I was working in machine learning projects where, I didn't thought of using the AI in business analysis. But in 2023 early phase, I had to work in a Gen AI projects. I did a quick, crash course because I have to work. I have to work as a product manager in that particular project. So I have to learn it very quickly. I did learn, but while learning it, I thought, why don't we use it for our business analysis activity as well? So initially, it started off with, for initial research kind of activities that I was using. Gradually, I used it for creating the features, user stories, acceptance criteria, all that stuff. But gradually, in 2024, I thought, okay, why don't we implement it as a adoption for our project, right? So because I was leading a team of BAs, and I thought, why don't we implement for our entire project? So I started off with building this prompt library first, because I need to show some examples to my BAs if I want to do something, right? So I started building this tools cheat sheet, AI tools, and along with the prompts library. And I was tracking everything manually, like what are my manual hours when I do this feature. Then when I took the similar feature, right, I had to include my fellow BAs as well. So when I include the fellow BAs who are also AI enthusiasts, so I have given this tools and prompts to them on, and also gave them the training on how to work here, so that you can use AI for your business analysis activity, and we are going to track the hours. So we did a POC on that, and here is the result of that POC. So especially in user stories and acceptance criteria, right? So at that particular POC, we created like 120 user stories and acceptance criteria, combining multiple similar features. But you could see the effort savings, right? And not only that, you can see how many hours it saved for user insights generation and data analysis and insight generation. It was everywhere. But this was in 2024 yearly phase. But we didn't stop there. We have grown. We even looked into many other tools, and we have implemented throughout our account as well. So I have given training for the entire account, and even for the product managers and business analysis, and we have implemented throughout our account as well. And we start off with every activity, not only user stories and acceptance criteria creation, but also in diagramming, in Figma designs, everywhere wherever it is possible, we are using AI. But we have to use AI really very carefully. Okay, we have to know the pros and cons of the model that we are using and the tools that we are using, so that we can use it in a right way. For example, I was talking about user research, competitor analysis, market analysis, right? So coming to market analysis, you need the current market trend for when you do this market analysis. But what if you're using some model, let's say you're using some GPT-4 or anything that is released like in 2024? If you check with the model, what is your knowledge cutoff? It will tell the knowledge cutoff date. If you are using some model that has the knowledge cutoff of 2023 or 2024, how will you get the current market results, right? So you have to use the models that has connection to the open internet, or you have to use the model that is latest, released just now. Okay, so here, I have given some examples, that is external tools such as Gemini with Google search and Perplexity and Grok, which is best for doing the market analysis or competitor analysis, but with care. You should not reveal your client's idea, client name, all this initial ideation, which is, sometimes patented as well. So you should not reveal that. But with care, you can use that. And within our EPAM, we have many tools available, like Dial-X is available, which has Gemini as well. And we have other internal EPAM tools, which has the Google search capability too. So use the tool wisely. And similarly, if you take, every activity that we do, for example, if you take documentation analysis, requirement analysis, or feasibility analysis, you definitely need some RAG models, but also with thinking and reasoning capability. Because without thinking, if you use some model, when I compare it, it was not giving the best performance. So you have to use RAG models and thinking and reasoning models here. And similarly, if we talk about every activity here, there are different tools we need to use for different activities. So what we did as a group of BAs, we have created a AI BA tools cheat sheet for each and every activity. And we have researched around its performance, efficiency, and safety, because data, we are passing our data, right? So we need to do with care. So we have whitelisted some tools and blacklisted some tools, and finally we created this AIBA tools cheat sheet, which we will be releasing it post the session. Now, in coming to creating epics features, user stories, again, you need to think about, we need to choose some models that is having the consistent structuring, right? So you need to choose some models that is providing you with the capability of doing this system prompt, right? And also, not only at the documentation or textual level, now models can create diagrams as well, right? So as a BA, we may need to create a lot of diagrams, and for the diagrams, you may use Lucidchart or Draw.io or Miro, all that stuff. Currently, those applications are also providing the AI capabilities to you. Especially, I'm fascinated around these tools: Miro AI, FigJam AI, Diagram GPT, Lucid AI for external tools. And also within our EPAM, we have EPAM Dial, and Dial is also a public platform as well. You can use it with Dial-X. So Dial-X can also create diagrams. And also we have a EPAM internal tool called CodeMe. CodeMe can also create a lot of high level diagrams as well as the low level diagrams. And coming to Figma, of course, you have to go to the plugins and see the AI generated Figma design, and you will have many. But that is, using some other production ready tools that is already available. But now the trend is MCP, right? Model Context Protocol, Anthropic's MCP. So with MCP server, you can do many things. Like you can do the web scraping, you can connect to your database, you can connect to your Figma directly and create the user stories and acceptance criteria, even coding out of it. You can do many things with MCP right now. Okay, all right. And before I'm going to talk more about it, I would like to show you some demo that what I have done for my recent project. So in my recent project, right, so I had to understand the existing application. So when I stepped onto this project, they told me, there is one existing application available, and I need to understand the existing application first, and then I need to develop this new application. But coming to this existing application, they have given me the code base. Okay, and I had to do the white box reverse engineering and also black box reverse engineering. I was the developer in my career, so I can do white box reverse engineering as well, no problem. But we have AI right now, right? Why should I do it manually? Yeah. So I created an assistant, reverse engineering assistant in CodeMe, and it can connect to the code base and it can create the technical and functional documentation to me. But I need to write the prompt in such a way to do all of that. That is there, and I have created one assistant for that. And there is another assistant that I created for doing my understanding my requirement elicitation and creating the product owner or BA related artifacts. What I did was I did this requirement elicitation, and I had this notes that I have taken during the requirement elicitation, and AI also created the notes, of course. And after that, there is this transcript file and some documentations was available for this new program, new application that we are developing. And there are so many Confluence pages as well. But this artifact that you need to generate, you need to copy as much as possible from the existing application, and you need to develop this. So I know it manually. How would AI know it, right? So first I have created a first assistant for reverse engineering, second assistant for understanding this as is documentation from the reverse engineering assistant, and then taking all my requirement elicitation artifacts and creating a business analyst artifacts to me. And that is not enough, right? I need to document all of that in Jira. I need to create epics, features, user stories, acceptance criteria, all of that. So I created another assistant for that. So this assistant will do this Jira documentation. But still, all these assistants are separately available. All these are assistants, of course, it is going to help me. So then I thought, okay, let me combine all this assistant, and I create a agentic AI approach. So here, we are going to show you a demo on that. So this is my application. You see, I'm just asking, create the as-is documentation for the existing application APIs, because I'm going to create the APIs for my new application. So this is what I have done. And this is old stories. You can see, 20 or 24 stories were available. Now it is doing this reverse engineering by taking the code base and creating the functional and technical documentation for me, which it will do it autonomously. And it automatically passing that as is documentation to the second agent. This is my second agent, and it is actually processing my the requirement elicitation artifacts and the reverse engineering as well. Now it is asking me what is the artifact that I wanted to develop. I may want to develop use case, user story, or anything, right? So here I have fed in the user story and acceptance criteria need to be developed, right? So this agent will send it to this agent again for developing this business analyst artifacts. So once it is generated that, it will automatically pass it to the next agent, Jira agent. You see this Jira? So this Jira is now going to create the user story, acceptance criteria, epics for me. Let's refresh and see. See, 44 stories have created, right? So epics, user stories, acceptance criteria, all are created. But manual review will definitely be there. We cannot skip it. We cannot say that, it is 100% accurate. There will be no change at all, something like that. So I have to, I'm the one who have crafted all this assistance in a way like according to my project context. And I'll be the one who will be reviewing it and then make the changes whatever is needed. And finally, I'm the one who will be controlling this product backlog, right? So this manual review will definitely be there. But think about this, right? So you can run this agent, and then you can do some other activity that is relevant to this project. You can see how beautifully it have created this, it have created the epic, and it have even it is even linked the user stories with the epic as well. So I don't need to think about, dependency, all that stuff. It will create the dependency for me, it will create everything for me, but you are the one who have to write the prompt accordingly, choose the model accordingly. Yeah. So coming to EPAM tools, right? So in EPAM, we have many tools available for facilitating all this. One such tool is AI Genie. AI Genie is specifically designed for BAs and product managers. It can integrate with Jira, Azure DevOps, or any other tools as well. And it can develop the epics, user stories, and diagrams, whatnot. It is doing all these activities for us. In addition to that, we have this Elitia and CodeMe, which is also our EPAM internal tools. And within this tool, you can even not only business analysis, you can do the complete SDLC automation as well over here. And even you can connect to MCP, model context protocol servers, and you can create your own servers, and you can do this conversation as well. And code may also support agent to agent. You can connect to external agents as well. You can create some assistants here, and you can connect to external agents too. And dial, which is also a public platform which combines multiple models together, image generation, image recognition, drag models, and code. Dial also have their own applications as well. So it's a very powerful platform. And now I have listed out only 5 tools here, but in fact, EPAM has so many tools available. EPAM has, the number of tools that I cannot fit it within the slide, which you can see if for EPAM internal people, go to leap.epam.com. You can see all the tools over there. Now, let me try to introduce my another colleague who have recently implemented the AI adoption in his account. So Soumya, could you please talk about your AI experience?
For the past 6 months, I have been actively involved in the AI project. So where I explored the application of the AI in requirement analysis and process automation and decision support. So my work generally focused on leveraging the AI. AI with enhancing the efficiency in the business and analysis workflow. So this experience has provided me with hands-on exposure to AI-powered documentation, data validation, and helping streamline the BA processes and improve the decision making for the BA.
Okay. You have recently implemented the AI adoption POC for your account, right? What was the specific problem that you were trying to solve?
So the main challenge I addressed in my POC was time-consuming nature of the requirement documentation and analysis. So business analysts often spends hours going through the scattered inputs, notes, emails, and legacy documents to create structured user stories, identify gaps, and validate those data. So this process not only delays the project timeline, but also risk of inconsistency and missed details. So the objective of my POC was to introduce the AI to automate and streamline these activities, reducing efforts, improving the documentation quality, and enabling faster and data-driven decision making.
Right. So you have implemented this POC, right? Can you walk over the POC?
Okay, we used the AI tool Elitia. So as a business analyst, we followed a structured process, starting with the requirement gathering. Agent. So then, generally we then convert those into nodes, emails. The old requirements to structured requirements. So mapping them into the user journey, and finally creating the user stories with acceptance criteria. So while effective, the manual process can be time consuming and complex. So in my POC, we took this process a step further by implementing a multi-agent system. So at the core of the system is a master agent that connects with the multiple specialized agents, each handling a specific aspect of requirement analysis. So now we can start the recording. So this is how we can see how Elitia turns an unstructured output into an actionable item. So we give the input as the unstructured requirement to the master agent chat. So instead of manually breaking down the requirement, we integrate the AI model to to analysis of the business requirement. So we extract key insights. So it generally it processes the unstructured requirements and like the meeting notes, emails, and old requirement documentation, and generate the user flow afterwards, and based on the contextual understanding of the AI. So we have already linked the data sources, the existing user journey, so enabling seamless updates and preserving the flows and efficiency. And lastly, producing the structured output, the user stories and acceptance criteria. So it generally transforms the raw requirement into structured output, actionable output, speeding up the documentation process, and while improving the clarity and consistency. So we also have the review and feedback agent, where it evaluates the user stories and acceptance criteria by comparing them with the historical documents and input requirement. So it generally ensures quality, completeness, and alignment, helping identify gaps and inconsistencies early. So this AI automates and improves business analysis by speeding up the requirement processing and generating the user journey and user stories, ensuring quality reviews. So also empowering our BA to deliver more, smarter and faster. Yeah.
Okay, so in your case, I can understand that you have an agent. So that agent will create the unstructured output into structured output and create user stories out of it. But there is a reviewer agent, which is also an AI. That AI is evaluating the effectiveness of the AI output. AI evaluating AI. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So what did you achieve out of this POC that you have implemented?
So in our POC, we use the tool in key phases of the project. So the impact was quite significant, starting with the requirement analysis. So we started extracting the insights from the previous documentation and even the unstructured notes, the emails, and the previous documentation. So saving up to around 50% of the effort. So this gave us the clarity early on and helped flag gaps early, quickly. And when it comes to user story writing, so AI really helped speed up things. So it is about 46% saving. So it converts the raw requirement into well-structured stories, including the edge cases, and which saved a lot of manual effort. So overall, the AI wasn't just a time saver; it improved the quality, consistency, and helped us focus more on value-added driven work.
Right. But whenever we bring any kind of, AI adoption or any change, right, we might need to convince the client and all. So what are the challenges you have faced during this AI adoption?
So one of the biggest hurdle was data quality.
Mhm.
So AI is only good as the data it learns from. So we often deal with unstructured and incomplete or outdated data, so which can impact accuracy. So ensuring clean, structured data becomes a priority. So it took a lot of time to do all those cleaning up all the data. So another challenge was stakeholder resistance. So many teams were skeptical about trusting the AI-driven insight. So so they often wanted human intervention to validate the output before fully accepting it.
Right. So in your case, what are the metrics you use to evaluate the quality of your AI generated output?
So we followed a layered validation approach to ensure the AI output are accurate and reliable. First, we have a subject matter expert in loop. So every AI generated output is reviewed by the human before it is implemented. So this keeps the final decision aligned with the business need. And second, we cross-validated the output with the historical data. So we compared them against the past documentation, to know the pattern. If there is a mismatch, if we dig deeper to resolve it, and this way AI acts as a smart assistant, but the final judgment always rests with the experienced humans. So we have evaluated we have reviewed the output with these layers. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So
So
what are all the evaluation criteria and metrics you have adopted in your project?
Oh, yeah, in my project. Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to classify this. I am working in a Gen AI solutions as well, and also implementing AI adoption for business analysis as well. So in both the cases, prompt evaluation and model evaluation is very much mandatory. In my case, as you stated, the first thing was SME in loop, manual evaluation about the accuracy of the output. That is a very easy way and a quicker way to, start with your application or start with your evaluation. But later, I have implemented this thing in two way. One is, like you have a agent available to evaluate the agent's output, right? Another agent's output. In my case, within prompt itself, I have self as technique and also react technique. Okay, so within the prompt itself, it will do a loop. It will generate the output and it will automatically do the self ask and react as well, and it will validate again, it will loop again until it reaches the good quality. So that is one thing. And another thing is that even I have the agent available to evaluate the output and then finally fix the things that is missing, and then finally give the output to the user. But now coming to the metrics, right? The first metric is relevance, like how well the original intent was satisfied. So that is what we called as relevance. And accuracy, so for accuracy, as a human, if this is the input, this is the output you generate, right? So we have to prepare this kind of golden test data or something. Now, if you compare it with AI generated output, you can get the accuracy, but you cannot do it manually. You have some tools available and some metrics available called as BLEU score, F1 score, precision, all of that. You can use that, and there are some tools available to calculate this accuracy for you. You just need to feed in this two different set of data set, and it will give the value to you. And apart from that, we have consistency, because consistency plays a crucial role in terms of, especially in Gen AI solutions. I was also working in this legal domain where, for a particular legal question, we always want the same answer, but you know how our model behaves, right? If you are using chat GPT, you might know that every time you ask the same question, but it will produce a different answer. At least one word or two word will be different, right? But we need to achieve consistency in our application. So we had feed in the RAG, we just changed it to the RAG. We feed in this documents to it and reduced our temperature, and also our top P, top K. There are so many metrics parameters available. We have configured all of that to achieve this consistency. Now coming to efficiency, efficiency is always mandatory despite of the solutions that you use, either AI or non AI. You have to consume as much as less resource, but you have to provide the good speed and good performance, and we have to validate that in AI as well. And another important thing is coherence. So how logically your output is structured, right? So that is coming under coherence. And user satisfaction score. So if you are using chat GPT or Gemini, all these tools, you might have noticed that whenever you put in some prompt, the output will be generated, and there will be a thumbs up and thumbs down will be available. That is a easy way to collect the user satisfaction score. But in addition to that, you can do the proper survey and proper feedback as well, like how we do it normally. But that is an easy way, right? For each and every output generated, you can collect this user satisfaction score. And in our Elitia, we have such thing already available, so we can see that already. And coming to diversity, uh, you know uh, this consistency and diversity, that will go hand in hand. It depends on the use case that you are in, right? So I was working in one of the use case where we need to generate the different recipe for different meal plan. In such case, I really wanted diversity. Every time you should not bring in the same recipe, right? Because that particular recipe plan was focused on the kids, and kids wants diversity, right? So in such case, I was focusing on this model should provide more, this model should be more creative and more bring in more diverse outputs, not consistent always. But in my previous legal case, it need to be consistent. So depends on your use case, you may choose different evaluation metrics for you. and also the task completion and success rate. So whether the intent, what is this particular task need to be, if the task is need to be like creating user story and acceptance criteria, whether it addresses the aspect of all the input that you have given or not. In your prompt you might have asked it to complete like 8 steps or 9 steps if you are using chain of thought prompting technique, right? So whether it completed all of that or not in a right accuracy, so that comes under task completion or success rate. In addition to that, perplexity. So especially when you are building some sort of chatbot and you are exposing that to a human users, right? So if in that case we need to worry about perplexity. If it is an autonomous agent, we may need not worry about it, but in case of chatbot kind of use cases, right, we need to think, we need to validate perplexity as well. Perplexity means how much similar to the human language that the output is relevant to, like it need to generate some message or output that is looking like a human language, so that is perplexity for you. And groundedness is how much it is aligns with the input context. And similarity, it is also similar to accuracy. And coming to safety metrics, so safety metrics, rest of the metrics that I was talking about is more around, whether this particular model is performing or not, is it producing the right output, is it production ready, all that stuff. But in addition to all of that, or the safety metrics should be top of all of the metrics, I would say personally. Why? Because, we are exposing this AI to our end users, so we should be really careful around, it should not provide any harmful content, or it should not contain any hate speech, or it should not have any biased output, right? So especially, in one of I'm into healthcare, right? So we have many healthcare chatbots now available. So if you go to some healthcare chatbot and tell it, I have a headache, I have a this left hand pain and all of that, suddenly it started giving you the drug names and treatment recommendations for you and lifestyle changes. How will it look like, right? So is it following the laws and regulations or ethics? It is not following that. And let's say, you are generating some harmful content to it, you are asking some sensitive biased question to the chatbot, and the chatbot is acknowledging it and then saying, yeah, this particular race or this particular gender always behaves in this way. How will it look like, right? So the safety metrics is really important in addition to or in top of all the metrics that we are talking about.
Great to know about all these matrices. I'll surely use this in future. So, so as a AI, I mean, as AI becomes more powerful and embedded in our daily lives, so how should we rethink about the governance?
Yes, governance, right? So that is very important. When we are talking about governance, before going into governance, the first thing that I wanted to tell everybody is responsible AI, right? So whenever we are building any AI solutions, be it ML solutions or natural language processing or Gen AI solutions, we need to follow responsible AI framework. So under responsible AI framework, we have laws and regulations, and also we have ethics, AI ethics, right? So in under AI ethics, we have three important terms: privacy, safety, and inclusivity. So the privacy means, whether how are you handling the sensitive data. Most in most of my solutions, I always make sure that we are not collecting any sensitive data via AI. That is one thing that I will make sure. But in some cases, that is the need that you need to collect the sensitive data. But while collecting the sensitive data, you need to handle it with proper protocol and proper security, and you should not use that without for using it for your model training or all that stuff, right? So even when I am a user, I'll go to this certain tools like, even chat gpt or grok available. I'll first check what are their privacy policies. And in chat gpt we have an option to turn off from taking our input and output for model training. If you didn't turn off, they will take your input and output for their model training. Same goes under grok as well. Not only chat gpt and grok, whatever the tool that I use for any business analysis activity, as a user, the first thing that I will do is checking the privacy law. What are their privacy statements that they have produced? Some tools, they will explicitly say, we are not using your data for training our model, and we will not sell your data. We will collect only your user email id and all that purposes. So that is okay. But there are some models which will openly tell, we are selling your data to a third party. Then I won't use that. But there are another set of tools where they won't tell anything. They won't tell anything at all. And that is coming under explainable ai as well, where they are not following the transparency rule. They are not following the privacy rule. I cannot understand your privacy, and automatically I will not trust your tool. I'll not use that, right? So as a user, I'm thinking all of that while using some tools. Then I should be in the same position while building the ai solutions as well, right? As a product manager or as a business analyst, the first even yesterday I was doing a requirement elicitation for one of our products. So even there I was asking, how do we explain, how do we create this transparency document, how do we fit in within our application, all that stuff. Because that is very much mandatory. Because in 2023 I have done my first gen ai solution, and I released it to alpha testers and then to beta testers. But the first question that I got is, how are you actually generating this output? This is the input I'm feeding, but how are you generating that? And how are you going to use my data? All these questions I got. So then we have implemented this transparency document, and we have that icon available throughout our application. So whenever they are using ai, they can click on it and they can see what are we doing with their data. And we are not using their data. We are not using their data for model training or anything. But we are still logging it, anonymizing it, and we are logging it. So we are explaining everything to them. Then they are trusting our application and they are starting to use it, right? So which covers everything like privacy, safety, transparency, and security, compliance, all of that stuff. Now coming to inclusivity, right? So especially when you are building some application that is going to be exposed to the end user or something, even Soumya, you were also talking about feeding with right data. So feeding with right data, also we need to think about feeding with diverse data as well. We should not be feeding with some data that has some bias. So in addition to checking the data quality, how it will generate the right response to me, all that stuff, we need to do one more validation, whether I am feeding any biased data or not, whether I am feeding a diverse data or not. We need to check all this while feeding the data to the ai applications. And now coming to compliance, there are so many laws and regulations they have created, which we will be discussing in next slide. Now coming to auditability. So every model, every application that you create, if we say, if we are creating any healthcare applications and our customer base is going to be in us, we need to be HIPAA compliant, right? And for getting the HIPAA compliance, I know, there are some tools available which can do the audit for me, and it can certify me as a HIPAA compliant. And similarly I can say, how to do the IODA compliance. I can get the IODA compliance. I know how to do the IODA auditing as well. But what is it for ai? Who will certify that my application is following the responsible ai framework, my application is compliant with all the ai acts? So how do we do that? So actually, there are so many laws and regulations out there. Very recently, we have many changes out there. So one of my legal applications that I was talking about, so we had to release it to a GDPR location, EU location, where they have a AI Act clearly pointed out that we should provide the opt-in, opt-out capability to the user at any time whenever you are implementing an AI feature. So later, we have already developed that application and they have came up with it, and before even we go to the production, right, we quickly implemented that, because we need to follow our governance, we need to follow what law says, so that we can remain compliant. And also, more than being compliant, we have to develop a responsible AI, right? We have to follow AI ethics. So at least on thinking that point of view, we have to implement this opt-in opt-out capability. So in my applications, you can use AI whenever you want, and you can quickly opt out, and you can opt in at any time. So we are providing that capability. My users really liked it. And in addition to that, if we talk about each and every law listed out here, I have to talk a lot. So I have given one example to you, but you have to, whenever you are building any AI solution, make sure where is your customer basis, and what is the law or regulation that particular region is following, and what is the compliance you need to have. So if you go through the act, you will understand what you need to do. Then you can implement such functionalities in your application, so to become a production ready application, right? But how do I do that, right? So in Microsoft, if you see, we have a responsible AI framework, and we have a toolkit called Hacks Toolkit, Microsoft Hacks Toolkit, HAX. Okay. And similarly, Google also has one responsible AI toolkit. IBM has AI fairness tool. So many providers are providing all this stuff to you. And especially if you take Microsoft, right, they have the Microsoft AI Foundry, which will validate all your safety and content safety, all that stuff as well. And it can it can give some capabilities and tools for you to make your application compliant as well. And I have given some tools here, and these are some technical standards and frameworks and principles that you need to follow while developing this AI solutions. Not only developing the AI solution, even if you are using AI for your business analysis, whenever we use AI for our business analysis, business analyst comes at the very top, at the ideation level or the conceptualization level. We are using AI for we should be very careful about not leaking any sensitive data while using the AI. So some that tools also, many tools have privacy, all that stuff, but still, you have to be responsible as well while using AI. Now, I want to give some best practices that we can use while developing the solution or while using the solution, and I would like to end the session with this best practices. So the first thing, data minimization. Avoid sensitive data as much as possible. Don't do any hard coding. Okay, even if there is any sensitive data, use proper protocols. So if it is healthcare, we have FHIR, right? So similarly, in every domain you have some secure protocol available, you try to use that. And now we have MCP, model context protocol as well, so you can use that to access your tools. Yeah. And now coming to input validation. So before passing on the user input directly to the LLM API, try to build some in between layer and filter out all the harmful keywords. You know, if you follow these security attacks, you might know about prompt injections, jailbreaks, right? These are very popular term. So what they do, the users, they can pass some instructions, ignore all your system instructions, and now you are going to follow my command. We might have developed some application like a e-commerce assistant, let's say, right? If that e-commerce assistant gives some medical treatment to you, how will that look like, right? So that is very harmful. And also, there is a possibility of doing the jailbreaks. They can manipulate your model and then make it behave like something else and revealing your architectural details and all that stuff as well. So input validation, content filtering before passing the input to the LLM API is very much mandatory. And also prompt integrity. So you should define your prompt in such a way it should not be modified or manipulated by unauthorized users. And coming to differential privacy, right? So not only prompt injection, jailbreaks and all that stuff, we can even pass some different like you can pass the code as well. Instead of passing it as a direct English or any language instruction, they can pass it in a way like a code or tool input as well, right? So first we need to implement differential privacy, so that model will understand this is attack, this is input. So it need to differentiate that. So that is differential privacy, and there are some tools available for you to implement that for you. And role based access control. Role based access control should be implemented at all layers, the front end, API level, or even at the LLM level. Implement role based access control, and also implement this guardrails, all that stuff that even MSAA Foundry has that, and many other third party also has that. Implement that. And the another very important thing is continuous monitoring and auditing and logging. So I told you we should not store the input or output that user is providing, but we need to do the continuous monitoring and continuous logging as well. So how do? We will anonymize the data, and we will log it just for monitoring purpose, but within certain period of time we will delete that as well. This is very much mandatory, so that you can understand any security attacks as well. And not only for the security, right? Your model may perform poor as well, so you need to do the continuous monitoring and continuous auditing to evaluate the model's performance. And if there are any problem, you need to change that, right? So at least for that, you need to come up with the continuous monitoring and continuous logging tools. And as I was talking about AI Foundry a lot, because I have experience in that, it is providing this continuous monitoring and logging capability to you. And there are some other providers which are also providing the same. And coming to output filtering, again, I have to bring in this Microsoft is having this content safety API. So let's say user have passed the input, and via some API you have send it to the backend, and backend have fed it into the LLM API, and LLM API now generated the output for you. Before sending this output to the front end, let us have one mechanism in between. So for example, this content safety API, which will check the output, and if there is any harmful content or biased outputs available in the output, it will block the output. It will not send the output to the user. In this way, we are saving our organization and our application as well, and all other future problems, right? So output filtering is mandatory, just like how input validation is mandatory, output filtering is also equally mandatory. And also implement security measures in all layers of application, especially implement guardrails, implement the tools that have the safety mechanism available to you. And the main thing is user education and safe usage. Sometimes users don't have intent to attack your model, but unintentionally they will attack your model. So you need to provide the education to them on what are the prompts that they can input, and how to use, how not to use, all that stuff you can educate it to users as well, and that will also prevent a lot of things. But there are people who are intentionally attacking your model, and that's why we have all other best practices for saving our model from all of that. And finally, continuous fine tuning of models is mandatory. I have built in an application with very like in early 2023, it was GPT 3.5 turbo. That's how we built the Gen AI solution. Later, it when we did our testing and all of that stuff, it was providing a good accuracy and all that stuff. After we released it to production, then we were seeing some other, since we are doing this continuous monitoring and logging, we could see some changes in that. Then we had to switch the model. We had to switch the model from 3.5 to 4, and now it is some other model altogether. But I'm telling you, this continuous fine tuning of models is very much mandatory, because security threats are emerging, like this COVID virus, right? So every time you are getting a different virus, different attacks are available. So you have to be very watchful, and you have to fine tune your model and implement all security practices to prevent us from all of that. With saying all of that, I would like to end the session and open for question and answers. Thank you. Any questions, anyone? Okay, all right. If no questions, I will answer the. Is there any questions? Okay, all right. I will answer the questions in the comments later. Thank you everyone for joining the session.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice day.
Hello, friends, colleagues, guests. I'm really glad to see you all on offline meeting on our BA Excellence Conference, Georgian chapter. Also, hello to everyone who is online. Today, we're going to have quite interesting talks about BAs and related to BAs, their work, and the future also. So, let me introduce myself. I'm Vachtang. I will be talking about demanded skills that we see in our discipline. Say, so who am I? Vachtang Mujiri, 4 years more than 4 years in EPAM, more than 7 years as a BA, and more than 20 years in tech. And yeah, leading BA discipline in EPAM for more than 1 year. Possibly I mentioned it already. And where we should start? Oh, sorry. So, why trends matter? So it's quite important where we should be looking at. Also, current market trends, what are those? What are the key skills in 2025? And main takeaways. So, why trends matter? Because we need to be on the edge. We have to be relevant. We have to be ready for all new challenges that appear. Technology is advancing, and we should be advancing also. We need to build our networks. We need to improve ourselves. And it's not the easy part, but still very important. Especially when you are working in companies like EPAM, from time to time, we change projects and new demands are appearing, and all this list is taken from the demands that we see from our clients. So, what are the trends that we see? There are several bigger spots that we can separate. First is still focusing the digital transformation. Of course, most of the companies are digital, but still, this is still valid. Cloud computing, BAs to be aware of it. Customer-centric approach, of course, and increasing domain expertise. And we will be talking about these topics a little bit deeper later. Data privacy, quite a topic all the time, especially when there are more regulations. Data analysis, because data is important. And of course, artificial intelligence. We cannot go anywhere without it nowadays. So, focus on digital transformation. What does it mean? So BAs, of course, are expanding. It's not just what was happening, let's say, 10 years ago. We need to get more closer to our clients, really understand their needs, look into their business and understand how it's going. BAs should have tools in their hands to really help and improve those processes and procedures that businesses have and help them optimize their life. Of course, this is not happening without collaborating with tech guys. Yeah, guys, I'm looking at this, sorry. And yeah, BAs nowadays are taking the leading role, partially, possibly taking product managers and product owners roles. And yeah, this border is disappearing slowly. Next thing is cloud computing adoption. Why this matters? Because not all the companies right now are working with the clouds. They still have some part of the infrastructure or most of it on premises, and BAs should have understanding what profit could they get, the companies and the organizations could get from the clouds. Of course, we're not talking about getting like DevOps level knowledge of clouds, but have good understanding how the pricing is working, how flexibility works, how it could help manage our data or manage our computing power, depending on how the environment is changing for the company. Another part is good understanding of what are the security measures and compliances with using the cloud, because not all organizations, for example, are allowed to have private information in cloud, but they can approach it by hybrid. For this reason, I could suggest go with fundamentals of any of 3 big cloud providers to have better understanding, better knowledge how it works, and further improve it depending on the demands that you're going to have. Next thing, client-centricity and domain expertise. Of course, BAs are frontline. They should have good understanding of the clients, their business, and together with that, they, or us, I would say, need to have and learn deeper what is this business, how it works, because depending on the business, you might need to become subject matter experts. Of course, not the super experts, but still, when you meet these people and start working with them, you should have good understanding of it. Maybe new companies and new clients can join you, or you can join them, and it will be similar business, and you will already have experience working with those domains. It's not the easiest part to get this experience, but still, we can look into it, or just thinking of it anyways. Yeah. One good example is, have you ever thought of process, because we describe processes, yeah, how you buy the bread? And it's not just go to shop and buy the bread. Yeah, it's quite complex process because you need to get your keys, not to forget wallet, and so on and so forth. So yeah, try to take a peek and try to describe how it could be happening. Data privacy and security concerns. Another big topic. More and more companies are trying to adopt all the regulations that our governments bring in. It's really important for Europe. You know, it's GDPR, US-wide, it's HIPAA, and the special CCPA for California. And there are more of these, and the data privacy is really essential. Of course, social networks, for example, they're gathering a lot of information, but they're parts of private things. We still need to get to know the standards, and I think it's quite correct that at least governments are trying to fix this part. So getting expertise in these fields could help you be competitive on different projects and different markets, and find to be and become really valuable asset to any company who could really help and fix these issues with that data privacy. Another part of this, when looking into data security, BAs can have different views, and security engineers, how the data works, how it's stored, and how it's distributed. So definitely, BA should be involved in designing data security part. Of course, as a continuation here, BAs can participate in this planning and, as we say here, understand and potentially see, depending on the processes, how clients or companies or businesses interact with data, if those are secured properly. Continuing with the data, of course, it's big data, or working with data, still essential, still needed. Of course, AI is helping us, but data is not going anywhere. A lot of companies still striving to organize the data. That's why BAs nowadays should be adopting more and more data-related stuff, how to work with data, how to visualize data, because it's part of a little bit of UX also. And these visualizations, of course, contain special rules for that to be more readable, understandable. Oh, I didn't push button. So many businesses are collecting this data. Of course, nowadays they're trying to have a better view of what is happening in their company, with their business. Yes, here we are stepping into data analysis part. But again, as I said, business analysis in general is widening. And it can be in matter of security again. Here we're getting into data analysis and UX possibly also. So yeah, look into that field. yeah, and adopt some knowledge. And of course, AI. And now a question: how many of you use AI on daily basis? Please raise your hands. Okay, almost everyone, I would say. How many AI tools are using on daily basis? Kind of raise as many hands as, as you use. Nice. So it's getting part of our lives, and we cannot go anywhere from it. It's improving, improving, improving. It's not going to replace us anytime soon, but it can help us, not only us but also our clients. And there are two main directions or vectors where you can basically evolve in using of AI. First thing is, of course, to help you as a BA to optimize your work, to automate some processes, to help you validate whatever you have prepared, kind of your artifacts, reduce number of errors. Using general AI models may not be very big help here, but looking into customized or tailored AIs that you train for yourself and around you would be a great benefit for you. Another part, of course, is working with clients, implementing AI empowered products. Same can be to get, of course, competitive advantage, time to market, of course, operational cost effectiveness, and at some point scalability, of course. So yeah, AI is big help. It can be customized under you and really help you and the business that you are working for. So look into the field also. In general, what are three main things on which the BAs rely? Yeah, three pillars, let's say. First and the most needed one as a client-facing specialization, I would say, is soft skills, communication skills. Because technical stuff can be learned, can be taken from AI, can be consulted. But when you're talking to your clients, it's essential that you have good communication skills, first of all. One of the things that I will usually say, the greatest skill of BA is correct listening, not the active listening that we're taught, but correctly listen to someone and understand what they are saying and really understand their needs. Of course, it's about managing your stakeholders because they are different, there are different cultures. At least then maybe someone can be on hangover and you still need to handle them. So soft skills are most basic and top things that you need to develop and improve. Another part is domain expertise. Again, domains are looking into and companies are looking into having BAs and hiring BAs, I would say, that can actually work their business and already understand their business. Of course, it's not possible to be aware of all the businesses or all the industries, I would say, but 1, 2, or 3 deep understanding of how they work will be great for you. And of course, technical or hard skills, as we mentioned previously, good understanding of clouds, how they work, data analysis, and start adoption of artificial intelligence is essential. Going further, where are we in current reality? The industry of IT is growing, demands are growing, and required number of skills that we need to have to support our projects for clients is, of course, growing. We need to adopt new technologies. We have to be on time what is trending. That's why, as we said in the beginning, we have to look at the trends. They are not changing rapidly, but still they are evolving. And in order to cover those needs that we're going to have, what should we consider for 2025? There is still time. We are still in Q2. So develop cloud and data skills, at least on understanding level, fundamentals of each of them. Advancing AI expertise as for yourself as a BA and what can be delivered to your clients, to your projects. Strengthen data privacy, because this is a topic contradicting, of course, what AI can do and ambush, let's say, your data. And of course, again, building your domain expertise. So that's it from my side. If any questions, please. Please introduce yourself.
Sure, thank you very much. Temuraz Murgulia, Nastavia, we do what others can't do. And my question is regarding BA concern separation between clients and vendors, because you pretty well understand that BA starts far beyond the point when vendor engages, because client have some needs assessment, client have some requirement gathering. So how do you see the separation between vendors business analytics and clients business analytics?
So you mean the person who is working in the client company and let's say...
Exactly. So how, from your point of view, what part of business analytics is relevant for client and what part is relevant for vendor?
So let's start that it depends, as we usually say, yeah?
Okay, so your point is very interesting for me.
Again, it depends. Depends on what resources does our client. So let's say I'm a vendor and your client in this case, and you have your own business analysis, and I'm coming to your company to help with you something. How to distinguish, or what, or where is the difference? So the company needs someone who can understand, set up, optimize, and help improve the products that the company is producing, yes? Meaning that most probably they made some RFP, yeah, and some vendor bidded for that. Why this company or this vendor joined this client? Because they have the expertise of it, of this business domain that should be improved for the client. Another good example would be, so when we're saying about domain expertise, let's say I might be very good in banking, another guy will be good in life sciences. So if a client need is in life sciences, vendor should bring those business analytics who have expertise and wider experience working with specific business domain. Because internally, as you said, if there are no analytics or no IT, this will be definitely great help. Again, to show where are the gaps, considering like best practices or what can be ideal or perfect or what can be improved. If they have already something, yeah, maybe again, external expertise and experience from other implementations could be a great help. Hopefully it was good for you. Sure.
Hello, yeah, my name is Rakli and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Digital Agency. And I want to ask one thing. Yeah, in the last year, the AI is increased so much, but it has so much errors on the result. What do you think? It's good decision for implement AI to business analytics or something, or no? Because it has so much errors in this time too.
Yeah, it's not just errors, but hallucinations and the biases that they're producing. But again, these are created and updated and improved day by day. And the AI is trained. So how this thing is changing nowadays is that we're looking into agents, not just like big models, yeah? For example, ChatGPT might not be aware of something and Claude will be better in a different point. Not all the companies have resources to implement their own and feed all the data that they have, but again, vendors could have their own AI models that could work good for a specific domain. yes, today it's not perfect solution. It's not going to replace, but it can enormously help us optimize our work and spend less time. That's why you need to be quite senior guy to understand when the bias comes in, and of course filter whatever is created. Again, what I want to repeat, that on daily basis it's improving, and earlier you start adopting and learn how to work with it, will be better for you tomorrow. Welcome.
Hello, I am Tsitsi. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I think your points are very valid and very interesting to excel ourselves more. I have several questions, like 2 about domains.
Let's limit to 1.
Okay. You mentioned that domain knowledge is very important for BAs. And for me, business analyst position is very, how to say, interesting, because I can change the projects and can experience different domains. What do you think? Should we stay in the same domain for a particular period of time, or we should stick to it to the lifetime or whatever?
I would say...
And
moment.
can you tell us which are the domains that are in trend nowadays? Thank you.
So I will start from the last question. It will be very hard for me to say what are the most needed domains or most domains in demand. Maybe e-commerce, again, life sciences are quite interesting, but any domains that require some IT guys are in trend. Yeah, so finance is always in place, gaming is always, and gambling is always in place. E-commerce, it's just evolving and is not going anywhere. Of course, this is again supported with some AI tools, some improvement on analysis, how all the stuff is going. And regarding staying within the same domain, it's up to you, I would say. When to change it? As soon as it becomes boring. In average, it could be from 2 to 4 years, because there is good research that 4 years is enough to get and become expert in any domain. So don't take more than that. My recommendation will be somewhere starting from 2 years, because this is the least time when you start really understanding what's going on in that business.
Okay, you recommended learn data and analytics, but at the same time, we already have analytics profession with data flavor, like business intelligence analyst, data analyst. So do you think that it is possible to have a long-term and successful career as pure business analyst without data experience, or is this profession itself becomes obsolete?
It's a good question. Let's start with it. Yeah, all the professions are changing and evolving. It's not becoming obsolete. It's transforming, I would say. And during this transformation, it's about you what additional skills and professions you are going to get. Because let's say if you go into pure data analysis, it's not so much about communication. Where business analysis, at least 50% of your time is communication, yeah, and it's quite important and it's pleasing for some people, and that's one of the reasons why people choose this profession. So I would say it's not obsolete, it's evolving, it's changing, it's transforming in this case. Because one of those, I also mentioned that we are losing the bridge, or not the bridge, but edge between product owner, product manager, and business analysis. So they are becoming quite similar depending on the environment where we work. This applies to all other different specializations that go along, and what we had in the list here. Hope I answered your question, and it's promising. I know you broke the microphone.
No, it's good, right? Yeah. Hello, thank you very much for this conference. I like a lot that we get together as BAs and talk in one space, and thank you again. I want to ask you a question about BAs in the age of AI. So in the past few years, we've entered the age of AI. Many tools, many automations, a lot of jobs are going to change. What do you think BAs stand in this equation? Will we become obsolete? How do we adapt to the age of AI where ChatGPT can write a BRD in 15 minutes and then we can, of course, improve it, but well, it's going to get only better. So where do you think we stand in terms of AI progress?
Thank you. In matter of becoming obsolete because of AI, in the nearest future, I would say next 5, 7, or even 10 years, we're not going anywhere. And AI is not really going to replace us because I believe you tried already using different AIs for your work. What it does, it brings up, for now at least, brings up what are best scenarios or widely used ones. Can it invent? Does it have fantasy? Can it dream? So this is where humans differ from artificial intelligence and machines, yeah? So we are not going anywhere. We are transforming, of course. Again, it will push us to adopt more tech, more different knowledge, but still, we're not going anywhere.
We have time for one more question, if anyone.
So if no more questions, I would love to pass microphone to our next speaker, Mikhail, please.
Hello. Okay. So my talk today is going to be about the role of AI insurance and about the BA's perspective from it. On the agenda today, I'm going to have an introduction. Then I will shortly describe what the main challenges of the domain are, and then I will speak about the different types of applications of different types of AIs in the insurance domain. And then we will have some time for a Q&A. My first case is going to focus on the custom-trained machine learning models, and the second case is going to focus on LLM applications, especially the GPT-based models. So who am I? I am the BA unit lead of Intelligent Automation Practice of EPAM Georgia. I have more than 6 years of experience in RPA and automation. My past 3 years were mostly focused on the AI projects, and since most of them were in the insurance domain, that's going to be the main focus point for me as I share my experience. So what is and why is AI so demanded in the insurance domain? It's mainly because of two factors. Number one, it's because some countries have very fragmented ecosystems. Insurance is a product that by concept means that it has to deal with massive amounts of data, and it usually doesn't help when you have very outdated systems to deal with those, with that much information. And when I say outdated systems, I've seen very big insurance companies still use terminal-based applications as their legacy systems, which don't even have UIs, and were built somewhere in the late 80s. And it's also coupled with another issue that they use too many systems. And that's caused by two main factors. First of all, it's because the insurance products can be quite different from each other. If you compare a car insurance, for example, with health insurance, it's completely different product. So some companies prefer to deal with different products and they group them into separate systems. And that causes a variation within the systems that they use. And the other reason why they have too many systems is especially true for the bigger companies, which have been on the market for quite a while, because they have gone through a lot of mergers and acquisitions, And with the added complexity of the baggage that came in from the acquired companies, they really have a lot of systems that do the same thing. And this creates lacking direct distribution channels because it's very hard to maintain a seamless, unified front when you have this much division in the back end. Now, the other main factor, what's causing the issues, is the complexity of the insurance as a product by itself. There's usually quite complex regulations, and contracts have a lot of legal wording that are hard to understand. And some organizations are quite blatantly abusing this. And customers have a feeling of very low protection because some companies even reach more than 90% of denied claims rates. So in countries where these two factors are dominant, we've seen a move to what's called the broker system. Now, in a broker system, the main difference is that the client doesn't go directly to the insurance company, and instead they're going to reach out to brokers who specialize in the insurance domain. This way, the clients take off their responsibility to deal with the complications that usually comes with directly dealing with the insurance companies. And the main thought process is when, as a client, I decide to take a new policy, I don't go to one broker, right? Because most of the time I would like to have a comparison. So I would have a discussion with multiple brokers to have some kind of options to weigh. But the issue is that the brokers also have the same exact thought process. The brokers, when they receive requests, are going to forward it to a lot of different insurance companies because they also think about getting the best offer for themselves. Now, you can see how this escalates very fast because in this kind of environment, you're going to see that the insurance companies are never able to standardize their inputs. What happens is they did try to standardize their inputs a lot of times. They built integration points. They built very beautiful platforms for the brokers where the brokers could enter very standardized information, but the brokers are not accepting that. And common response from the brokers is that I'm not going to do that for you because I have to send the same email request to 40 different insurance companies. So you either take it or leave it. I don't have the time to deal with your specific forms. And the insurance companies have, as they compete with each other for the policies, they do take it, and that's what creates the status quo. My first case is a very good example of what kind of issues can happen when you have a process like this. Imagine a very big insurance company that has to deal with about 20,000 emails that need to be sorted from the collective inboxes of the underwriters. The main goal is to sort these emails into different types of requests because different requests like endorsements, you can have claims or new submission requests. These have to be sent down to different queues of processing, and different teams handle those. The normal automation that was being used was a keyword-based system, but because these types of requests usually have a lot of overlapping wording, we had both high rate of false positives and false negatives. The overall accuracy rate was about 40%, which was very low, and that meant that a lot of underwriter time was wasted sorting through these emails manually. Now, if as a BA, you are tasked to optimize this process, what are your options and how do you handle it? My recommendation here is to be prepared to deliver value. As a modern day BA, you're not just there to gather the requirements, you're expected to deliver more. And that includes being able to deliver value to the company. and more, I'm seeing opportunities and vacancies where the companies are expecting the BA to take on the role of the product owner as well. And that kind of makes sense because a BA is supposed to be the person who best understands the needs of the stakeholders, and the PO is the person who should be able to deliver on those. So merging these two roles is happening more and more often. I have three main recommendations to be prepared to deliver value. First of all, you have to understand the technology. You have to keep up with the latest trends and raise your awareness in the IT industry. You should see what's in demand and analyze why it's in demand. And once you start doing that, you will be able to start identifying what's going to work best in your domain and your specific use case. And that allows you to become the better problem solver, which is my second recommendation. So you're not expected to be a solution architect, but you should be able to design solutions. Once you analyze the problems, you should be able to look at the whole process and identify it as a chain of steps. And then you should be able to look at every step and decide what type of best practices to apply for each step. For example, you can look at a process and make suggestions. Let's do step number 1 and 2 with OCR technology. Let's do the next steps with AI. Next one with RPA. And that's how you create value. Now, my other recommendation is going to be never to be afraid to touch new technology. For this specific project, I was the one who recommended using a new AI model to deal with this because I didn't see any other way of optimizing this solution. The challenge here that I saw was that even though I didn't know how to work on the ML model, I was suggesting to create something new, and I had to learn how to train the model and how to select the optimal data for training for it. And if it weren't for these three factors, I would never be able to devise a solution that worked this good. I devised this process flow, which included OCR and regex for extraction of the information from the emails. Then we used the AI for classification. We used the RPA bot to chain this entire solution. And at the end, the information went into human in the loop for final approval. And this gave us 95% accuracy rate, which was a great improvement for the previous 40%. Not all cases are going to be this simple. My next case is about a much more complex project that utilizes AI. This one, the purpose of this project is to automate the policy submission requests. That's when a broker is requesting to register a new policy for their client. Now, this solution is at the center of the intake for a very large structure, which has more than 40 different LOBs, and it utilizes a lot, and it's hooked up with a lot of different systems, with more than 5 or 6 legacy systems. It has 15 different APIs that it's hooked up for. So it's a very, very complex hybrid environment. And the changes, because of these variations, changes are happening too fast. Now, how can a BA deal with this kind of environment? And here I was able to identify 3 main challenges which I want to share with you. First of all, it's the very dynamic environments and how to adapt to them. When you see these complex hybrid system with such modular components that have a lot of variation, you're going to see changes that come very frequently. You have a lot of dependencies with the systems. And since every software development moved into a more agile or a DevOps structure, the updates are becoming even more and more frequent. But the with usual software development, updates usually meant bug fixes and improvements. But that's not going to be always the case for AI solutions, because updates to the AIs mean that LLM usually becomes better overall, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to improve your specific use case. And I have a very recent example on this. We had GPT used, GPT had an issue with parsing one of the required fields to process the new submission requests. And I handed over those improvement requirements to the dev team that should have been, that shouldn't gone live at the end of the development cycle. But somewhere in the middle of the month, OpenAI released an update. And that update already dealt with the issue that we were trying to fix, but it broke another field. So in a very short time, we had already a fix that was irrelevant and a new issue that had to be dealt as fast as possible. So how can a BA keep up in this kind of environment? And my recommendation is that you keep the AI requirements simple. Now, it has to be clear, and you're going to try to achieve your goal, and you have to put that down in the requirements, what your goal is, but expect that the changes and tweaking to the prompts is going to be a continuous process. My second recommendation here is going to be, again, to be the problem solver and learn to optimize these complex structures. Now, what I had to do was that I had to determine the weak points of the AI, and I had to separate them from create separate workflows for them. I had to research what the bottlenecks were, and we identified that AI was struggling with some of the forms, especially those that were hand-filled. At that time, Abby and Vision AI performed much better on those cases. So I created a double workflow that we would use GPT for parsing everything else, but for those specific forms, we would use Abby. And this combination of two workflows gave us very good results together. And my point here, again, is raise your IT industry awareness, because you have to make it work. And if I hadn't researched these technologies, I would never be able to deliver a suggestion that would improve the existing process. And the last thing that was very interesting for me to learn is how to deal with the prompt requirements. My main recommendation here is that every BA should be capable of prompt engineering, because once you know how the prompt is built, what responses you expect for each type of prompt, then you become better at delivering the prompt requirements for the developers. But also, I would recommend not to become a prompt engineer, because as I mentioned earlier, the prompt requirements and optimizing the prompt to an ideal level is going to take a lot of tweaks and iterations. So if you are not specifically required to be a prompt engineer, don't do that. Although I wouldn't be surprised if BAs are going to be requested to be also prompt engineers in the near future as well. And my last recommendation here is, as a good practice, you can start maintaining a prompt library, which means that with your usual requirements, also start adding some prompt samples and prompt version control. Now, if you do have to work on some prompts and some engineering, there's some prompt engineering, then I have a couple of recommendations for that too. First of all, you have to deliver well-tiered prompts. Your first tier has to be your simplest and the clearest prompt that you can come up with. For example, find and extract the insurance policy number from this text. This is specific enough. Most likely, you're not going to need to get any more information than that. The whole magic of the AI is that you don't have to explain what the policy number is to the AI model or what 4 different formats it can be. If you give it this much information, then you're basically using your AI model as a regex extractor. You don't need this. Be simple and be just specific enough because, for example, if you have to specify what format to return your requested information into, be sure to specify that. As an example, extract the claim date, return it in the specific format. And lastly, sometimes it is a good idea to give your AI model some context, especially especially if you are feeding it an amalgamation of texts of different documents in a single query, or you're trying to extract a lot of fields. In this case, you can add some simple context like you are provided an insurance claim request sent by a broker to underwriter on behalf of the client. Then you specify all the fees that you need to be extracted and the format that you want it to. This way, your prompts are going to be both cost-effective and accurate. Now, is it all good? Unfortunately not. This is my favorite example about biases that you can expect. If you see on the left, it's all the different watch faces from different watch makes, but they have something that they all share, and it's the time that they display. And it's almost always around 10 hours and 9 minutes. Now, why is that? Because through a marketing study, the watch companies found out that the most appealing look a watch can have is this tick shape that they make at this specific time. So all of the watch companies for years have been using the same format to post a picture of their watches. Now, this created a very interesting bias on the internet where almost 90% of the watch images that you can find are going to display the same time. And you can't, at the moment, force any AI, any generative AI to show any type different than that. It doesn't matter how much you specify the prompt to show your specific times. This is the prompt that I did, and it's still showing the same time. Now, the same issue is going to be true for language models as well, because you have to understand that when we speak with AI, we're not actually speaking with human intelligence. And what the information it retrieves are not sentences, but probability-based word structures. And because of that, there can be significant biases based on the articles and the documents that were used to train the language model on. For example, if your LM contains 1,000 articles which are about why coffee is good for you, and you try to make it summarize an article which says the coffee is bad for you, then it's very likely going to hallucinate and include extra information which you didn't want. And since we reached hallucination, it's also a very interesting finding that the recent report shows that the most powerful LLMs hallucinate the most. This is the GPT-O line, which is its most advanced reasoning model. And this one has the highest capacity. If you compare this, the hallucination rates here to the GPT that we use on their website, that one has less than 3% hallucination rate. But this is supposed to be the most advanced model, and these have very high hallucination rates. And the same was true with every different model that tried releasing a reasoning model. This is why one of the main issues with LLMs is that it's sometimes too general. So the global focus is going to shift into optimizing the LLMs. And for that, these are the emerging technologies that are going to be used. It's RAGs, lang chains, fine-tuning, and more focused SLMs instead of using very large LLMs. So my recommendation to any BA or anyone who is going to focus on AI, I would recommend to learn more about these emerging technologies, because once the initial phase of AI hype implementation is over, everyone is going to reach a stage when they have to optimize their use cases. And these are the technologies that are going to be used. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Hi, everybody. I had a question regarding to using AIs. For example, when you mentioned the example of sorting and filtering the emails, how would you ensure that the information you use AI for analyzing the third parties on behalf of AI, for example, do not use for their own interests? Thanks.
Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, sure. For example, the third parties behind the AIs and programs that we use for filtering and sorting the emails do not use this information for their own interest.
Sure, that's actually a very good question, because we had the same dilemma when on that specific case, and the only reason why we didn't select OpenAI at that stage and go with the we went with the locally built custom machine learning model was because of because at that point the data that AI uses was very vaguely approached. It was really very freshly released, so there was a lot of concern from the business how to approach the data information. And now more and more it's getting to be regulated a little more. Even GDPR standards are being applied to AI. So I think in the near future, this is going to be only improved. But some companies that are still avoiding GPT and other kinds of LLM applications do list the privacy as one of their main primary concerns.
Hi again. I am recently starting working on the project. What could be your recommendations for me to catch up on the process project? What could I don't know how to formulate it. What tips could you give me to excel at what I will be doing?
Sure. First of all, I would recommend that you get familiar with the type of the AI that is being used, because there are multiple different types of AIs. There are custom trained ML models, which have a lot of different subclasses between that. There are LLMs, which are the larger language models that has the biggest hype at the moment. There are also deep learning models, which are one of the most complex because they have a layered approach, and it's hardest to deal with. And all of these different applications are going to have different challenges. So my main recommendation to you would be to first understand what type of AI is going to be used, and then get yourself familiar with that. Any other questions? Are we good on the time?
Yeah, we still have time if somebody's hesitating to ask another question.
I'm Nick. So it was very interesting how you handle lots of emails and ordinary data to extract some client requests. Yes. Now, are these extractions are up 100% accurate? And if not, how do you handle this false positives or false negatives if the AI does not process well some requests? Thank you.
The main thing to consider for AIs is that you will have a different perspective on what the KPIs are for the AI. AI is predictability-based or probability-based models. So the acceptance criteria for it is going to be different. With normal software development, you're going to write a rule that for an X income, you generate Y output. And that's always going to be the case. The same expectation is not going to apply for AI. So you have different KPIs for AIs, and it's usually going to be different ranges of the accuracy, and it's going to be optimized based on what kind of a project that you're working on. For some, it can be like general accuracy, and you can have a certain threshold to meet that criteria. For some types of processes, false positives are going to be more important than false negatives. Sometimes it's going to be vice versa. For example, if you have to identify a specific request which was missed, that's a false negative. And it means that you, for this specific insurance case, a missed actual request is a bigger problem to deal with than a request that was falsely identified. So you can just disregard that one, but you potentially lost a client if you had a false negative. It depends on the applications, but you're going to have these certain thresholds, and you're also going to have sometimes weighted averages and F1 score, which determine what the acceptable criteria are, and you're going to work with the business to identify what's most important for them.
Yep. Okay, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, time to introduce next speaker, one and only amazing Marika, please.
Oh, I don't see if Okay, can you hear me? Yeah? No? It's okay? Okay. Good afternoon. I welcome everyone who is attending this meeting in person and everyone who is attending online. For me, it's a great joy and responsibility to stay in front of such great audience, especially for the BA Excellence Conference. I first of all want to say thank you to EPAM team for organizing this conference, as I know it's the first for the Georgia. So it's great, thank you. Thanks to previous presenters for such exciting presentation. Actually, my topic is a kind of extension of previous topics because I want to speak today about future of business analysis and future of BAs in AI world. And before I will start, I would like shortly present myself to be clear why I speak about this topic and what kind of experience I have to share with you today. Actually, it's about 25 years that I spent in digital projects, innovation management. Initially, it was mostly IT projects, IT business analysis. For example, my first project was implementation of first internet banking system in Georgia, but later it was enterprise level business analysis as a C-level manager and focused on strategic development of companies. After years, I switched my focus from the big corporation to SMEs, small and medium business and startups. I searched for years as a mentor for different different programs for collaboration with startups, supporting their development. We growed up about 300 startups, and maybe about 30% of them now are successful in different businesses. Also, I have experience at university as a professor, as a dean of faculty for business and technologies, and as a scientific researcher as well. And 1 year ago, last year, I made two important decisions for me. One, it was that with my partner, she's attending this meeting, we founded a business consultancy and digital transformation company, BYS Georgia. Here we support the business ecosystem with solving different issues using digital technologies, and it was the first decision. First and second one was establishment of Innovative Learning and Youth Empowerment Association in Georgia. And in this association, we support young people, young innovators, and startups with their international development. And all this, my experience, I usually use it to deliver my trainings in business analysis, project management, and product development. And this is why today I speak about the business analysis future. Before I will start with the presentation, actually, I would like to ask you, what do you think? What is the role of business of BAs, and what does it mean to be architect of tomorrow for BA? Any idea to share? No? Please.
I guess first of all, it's predict what will be important tomorrow, what we need tomorrow, like what problems we may face tomorrow, and also like to equip people with tools which will
Great.
help to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other ideas? I asked the same question yesterday to GPT, and I will read the answer. Being an architect of tomorrow means intentionally designing innovative, ethical, and forward-thinking solutions that shape a better and more sustainable future. Actually, it's quite emotional answer. So let's start our discussion about the future of PAs. Actually, we say that we live in a digital economy world, but what does it mean living in digital economy world? Actually, this is a world driven by digital technologies where AIs, solutions, data, information, system, technology platform, they are sources, main sources for delivering value. And what are the characteristics of this world? It's change, it's unpredictability, and it is a kind of ecosystem for business where everyday old business model are old. They don't used anymore. And AI here, it's not only solution for business, it's a game changer. Yeah, I think everybody know about the last figures. McKinsey says that for the moment, about 50% of companies worldwide are already using at least one function of AI. And the companies who are using AI correctly, they are increasing efficiency for about 20%. And it's not the future, it's already here, it's already in place. And how it will impact the future, what will be the next steps. You know, before I will speak about the next steps, we need to understand that still we have some challenges. Because yes, we speak about technologies, yes, we speak that we love technologies, we use the different technologies, but still outside big corporations and successful organizations, there are still a lot of small organizations, and there are still a lot of people living in mountains, in rural areas, and they have lack of digital literacy, the lack of knowledge, and this is what we name the digital divide, the different levels and very different understanding and attitude for these technologies. This is the first. Second one is regarding regulations, and this is the same for the last year, that technologies are driven very fast, are changing very fast, but regulations are a little bit step behind and not always in time. And sometimes we need to stay and wait before the regulations are in place, cybersecurity and other concerns are in place. And today we speak about ethical concepts, and this is not in place as well. And the last one is regarding the fears. About job displacement, because job displacement is reality. It's not only the fears. What are the pillars? What are the pillars of these challenges? One of this pillar, it's related to education. And when if we speak about the education, we need to discuss some trends related to the education. At BYU Georgia, we worked on scientific research. This research is not finished yet, but we have very interesting insights, and I decided to share with you these insights because it is impacting the topic very much. Let's discuss about the trends first. First of all, first trend is related to literacy in the young generation. If 3-5 years ago, in academic programs, bachelor degree or master degree, not related to IT, we had no subjects, had no classes related to IT literacy. Today, it is changed. Today, we have a lot of mandatory classes in programs. For example, medicine, social sciences, they have mandatory subjects and classes for IT literacy. This is the first trend. Trend number 2 is related to startup and entrepreneurship ecosystem enrichment. If you look around you, you will find out a lot of different programs, incubations, acceleration programs, bootcamps, hackathons, ideathons, a lot of ones, programs specifically prepared for women for their participation in startup activity, and so on and so on. What does it mean in a 5 years perspective? It means that we will have a generation, young people, who are prepared with different mindset. They will have the mindset more entrepreneur mindset and not employer mindset. This is trend number 2. Remember, I will come back to this. And trend number 3 is related to use of AI. If in my generation, it took usually time for people, we teach them, we spend weeks, months to explain, to motivate, to use some functions. In young generation, for teenagers, it's normal part of the life. They are using it very naturally, very natively. And this is a trend number 2. What will give these 3 trends in a short time period, 3-5 years? It will come results that we are entering the gig economy. Do you know about the gig economy? I think yes. Anyway, let's shortly explain. What does it mean? Word gig, is not coming from the business, it's coming from the music. Yes, and but now it's incorporated in business, and usually it explains kind of independent work performed by independent people. Usually it's freelancer, contracted-based relationship with a company. It could be different outsource small companies. Anyway, it's work performed by independent people. And this generation who has enough skills, enough knowledge, and mindset of entrepreneurs, not employers, actually they are not ready to be employed by big companies. Actually, they are more ready to be self-employed. They prefer to be free and to have their own schedule, to use different multiple platforms for cooperation with organizations, and they are not ready to be the part of companies. What does it mean for the company? For company, it means that in a very short future, they will collaborate with different gig workers who are not the part of the company. They don't know the strategy of the company, that maybe even not interested. They are not part of the culture. They are not part of the operations, and they don't see big picture. So somebody in the company should be who is prepared, who is willing and ready and has enough knowledge and skills and possibility to understand this big picture and to be a navigator for these gig workers. AI world came with different new jobs. Today we speak about some of them. Actually, maybe even today we are not ready to explain all jobs that will come in a short future. AI prompt engineering will come with new jobs. We'll have jobs related to human and the AI interaction designing, algorithm audition, training modeling, and at last it comes AI ethics, which is at very, very beginning now. What does it mean for the BA? BA was before like bridge, kind of elicitator of requirements, documenter of requirements, responsible for area. But now maybe his role is ready to be changed. And his role could be very close to strategic navigation and helping companies to work with not only with requirements, but working with gig. Now it could be kind of triangle where one part is a business and business requirement, second part is a digital technology possibilities and gig workers outside the company. What will be in this new level required skills and skills that should have BA in the future? New skills and old ones, storytelling skills, maybe skills related to systematic analysis, systemic view, or other. But one skill that I would like to discuss with you, it is a flaming, which one is maybe more new than previous ones. What is the flaming? Flaming, again, it's a slang. It's not coming from the business, but today we are using it in the business as well. We speak a lot about adaptation and we speak a lot about agile trends in business analysis. Previous speakers also mentioned that BA has now different roles related to product development as well, and different levels of business analysis was mentioned. Flaming will give new responsibility. Flaming means 4 level of acting. First part, it is monitoring the trends. It is very important to have an eye constantly on changed environment. If we speak that environment is uncertain, if we speak that environment is changing every day, if we speak that nobody will answer what will be exactly this, what will be the skills, what will be the needs, what will be requirements tomorrow, it means that new one important skill required for BA maybe could be this monitoring. Monitoring gives information. Information should be analyzed and transformed into new skills. Transforming into new skills should be very fast and should be coming with not only adoption to these new skills, but with the building new skills, new knowledge, new systems. And these systems and this environment that we build should be more human-centered maybe, because we need to build not only smart systems, but we need to build meaningful systems. And, again, I asked GPT when I was preparing this discussion with you, I asked how will be recommended to finish this topic related to BA future. And this is what was the answer again. We are not adopting the future, we are shaping, yes, I agree. Each of us in our roles has the opportunity to be an architect of tomorrow. And let's embrace the role with vision, curiosity, and purpose. And my last summarizing sentence will be, if such deep deep dependence and emotion is included in AI words regarding the future of BAs, why we don't do the same. Thank you. Any question? Yes, please.
First of all, thank you very much. It was really interesting. You gave a great explanation of gig economy, but I did not see whether from your point of view it is a positive tendency or a negative tendency.
Oh, great question. We don't like changes. You agree with me?
For sure.
We never like change, and we never know in advance the changes are good or no. But what does not kill gives the possibility. You agree with me? Yes. Anyway, it's good. I don't mean that it will be easy. I don't mean that we are ready. But anyway, changes are good. Stability is bad, but changes will be good.
Is not it about absence of responsibility, about people treated as consumables, about absence of space for errors?
You know, anyway, do we like or we don't, this is what is coming. This is new generation, yes. And this is what we will work with in very short period. It's not very far. It's here.
It's almost inevitable, but do someone, especially young people, have to accept it as inevitable, or they have to resist and try to find company where this is different, where they treat people as people and not consumables? Maybe this is also an option. I really want to deliver this to younger generation because we have different understanding how people should treat it. And gig
Yes.
economy is exactly not what we'd like to see as an inevitable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Anyone has a question?
In your opinion, what is the future of education in AI era? Well,
Great question. I think that we needed to think a lot about the education. Before we started this meeting, we had a short discussion here. This is a very important point. I think we live in the era when education system will transform. I don't know, I have no answer about what kind of education it will be, but my answer, it will be different because the old system usually is not enough. So this is a point where we need to think what will be the future. I think it should be faster. Another one trend that I did not mention here, that time spent for the education is less and less. Maybe you remember it was 5 years process, bachelor degree, now it's 4 years. No, now it's sometimes 4 year or 3 year. And in Europe, many universities are already discussing 2 years. For masters, it's already 1 year. And even 1 year is too much. So time limit is less and less, and result should be more and more. So this is the main challenge to be overcome. And I think the main idea for the future education is how to transform to be able to do it in less time, more results. This is the main. Thank you.
Marika, thank you so much. Okay, we can slowly move to our next speaker and next topic about quite interesting part of life in EPAM. Alexandra, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So actually, yeah, we have my presentation. I don't know what will be tomorrow with this gig economy, but in our today, we still have big companies with lots of people employed, and people somehow interact with each other. And inside of EPAM, we try to make it as much effective, as much beneficial for all parties as possible. So that's why today my topic will be dedicated to the power of internal BA communities inside of EPAM and how they build connections. So I should use clicker, I forgot. Yeah, and here we go. A couple of words about myself to explain why I'm talking about communities. With EPAM, I'm almost for 4 years to the moment, and 2.5 of them I'm leading and building BA community, one of the big number of communities inside. And also I actively participate in communities and events, as you can see today. So I would like to share my own experience, and here the agenda will be, we will cover 3 parts. First one is what are the communities, the second, why they matter, and the last but not the least, how to build and sustain them for those who probably would like to have something similar as we have in EPAM today. But actually, I wanted to start with a story. Here in the picture, you can see the forest, and every one of us have actually been to forests, and you know how it feels. Like you stand in the middle, surrounded by huge, strong, standalone trees, and they seems to be very, very strong, some of them, especially the old ones, yes. And you think that every tree, it's separated, and some trees compete with others for resources. But actually, this is the truth. What happens underneath? What happens under the surface? There is a theory of wood-wide web, which explains it the following way, that actually trees are connected, and they're connected by fungals and such known as mycorrhizal connections. Yeah, I didn't forget it. Okay, great. And what is the idea here? That using the fungals, they can transfer some substances and even information one to each other. For example, we have some tree which is located in some sunny area and has a lot of nutrition and sugars. It can transfer it to the other tree in the shade. Or we have a tree that struggles from some disease or from insects. It can transfer the information about it to the other trees and make them more prepared to this danger to increase their defense. Actually, I'm not a biologist and cannot be sure that it's 100% fact, but at least there is a theory. And I wanted to compare it with how it looks for BAs, because as you know, usually on the projects, especially not big ones, it can be just one BA, for example, and standalone, and it's expected to know all the answers, to solve problems, to provide solutions. And this is just one human. Even for big projects where we have the teams of BAs, usually they work on different streams, they solve different issues or challenges, they communicate with different stakeholders, so they still isolated. But as far as we are a big company and we have lots of business analysts, we can have the connections, we can help each other, we can help to know more, to share the information, to share what trends and challenges we face, because we have pretty different experience. I mean, I can work, for example, on one project for a couple of years. Yes, we have new technologies, we follow trends, we have market challenges which are up to date, but they are really different from what my colleagues see on other projects in different domains. And having the community, having this network, I have possibility to know more about what happens to them, and it helped me grow. It helped me to be competitive. For example, when I pass the interview to the new project in a different domain, I may be more prepared, more equipped. It's just one of the examples how it may be used. And let's move further. So actually, what are the communities inside of the company? We solve different problems and have different goals, but if I need to list the main ones, I would mention that the first one is to have this knowledge sharing platform, because the most important thing probably that we collect with the times knowledge, not only coming from the classic theory, but also from our individual experience, from the setups that we face, and how we overcome something, how we find the best ways to achieve the goals, or probably even about what didn't work. It's also very useful information. The other thing is community is center for skill development. We have different formats of how we communicate. For example, today we have this offline gathering and also online gathering. So this is hybrid model for the communities in EPAM, for internal ones. They also can be offline or online. It depends on what is actually what brings people together. For example, we have wonderful BA community of Georgia, and people here have this wonderful opportunity to hang together offline because they are on the same location. And it's not only for skills development for them, it's also for just engagement, actually. It's also mentioned on this slide. And they can, for example, just have time together, eat pizza together, or attend the yoga class. And it makes them not only colleagues sharing knowledge and experience, but also friends. It gives this opportunity to have the feeling of belonging to something bigger than just you're just one VA and one project, and that's it. But moving back to skills development and the formats, we can conduct events that are really dedicated to development of some particular skills. For example, AI, as we have topics today, other tech skills, soft skills, like anything. It may be kind of tech talk, BA panel discussion, like any format that can be useful for the particular topic. And also the last here, but actually not the only thing that can be conducted in the communities. Its community can be a support system. In the community, you can find a mentor. We can also conduct some events related to just sharing experience with people who have less seniority than we have. Probably they didn't have such opportunity to face something in practice, but yet we still can share it, because for some people who, for example, there are many years and in the industry, and they think that some things are obvious, probably for them, not for newcomers. So it's also very valuable, even if it's something related to well-known theory or business analysis. So move further, and why it's matter actually. When we try to achieve the goals I listed and some similar things, we build pillars. One of them is our common isolation, because we just know more one person and the world against the world, but we are together. We make each other stronger. We know more. We are more up to date, and this helps inside of the project, and also in the career journey for the business analysts. The second pillar is empowering skill development and growth. Actually, career growth is one of the examples. For example, I didn't tell about myself that currently I'm performing the role of product manager in EPAM, and I would say that communities played their role here as well, because I transferred from business analysis. And before I understood if I really want to become a product manager, or what I should I do to go here, or should I even go there, I tried to find as much information as possible. Definitely I can Google, ask ChatGPT and so on, but it's not about personal experience, not about success story of real people. So I attended lot of community events, first of all, to answer the questions like what is the difference with the role I had before? What are the gaps in the skill? What should I, in the skill set, what should I do like to go there? What are the steps? What like success looks like and how I should be prepared. So I gathered a lot of information from the real people who had a similar journey, and it helped a lot because I knew that this path, like it works. It's not just theoretical knowledge. It's proven by someone. It's proven by the network. And the next is strengthen collaboration and engagement. Because yes, when you understand that you belong to some communities, that you are not the only one, I believe to us, like people, it helps us to understand that yes, like I know why I'm here. I know with whom I would like to share the news. There are people who are happy to discuss something with me, and it helps to like have more satisfied of what I'm doing, where I'm doing it, and to have plans to continue doing it there. And as a roof, we have here higher job satisfaction and efficiency. Definitely, it's pretty difficult to measure, especially if we are talking about how communities affected this higher job satisfaction and efficiency. But considering everything that I told above, I guess we can have a couple of examples how it works. For example, we attend some event. We like collect information about some tips and tricks or about some tools that we don't use, but they may be useful for our project or to like be more efficient in achieving our goals. Even if we are not fully ready to start using them just after this event, but we already know about them. We already have examples of how it was used by other people, and it informs us. We may have, like, we may share it with our projects. We may dedicate some time to know about it more if we do believe that it's efficient. And this will lead to the increased efficiency and satisfaction, because it's always like pleasant, I guess, to know that you know how to solve something, and here we help each other. And moving further, so actually for the previous slides, I tried to give you more context about why I believe that communities are effective for business analysts and that we should gather together in some formats and for some purposes. But this one is dedicated actually to how we can build and sustain communities, because I believe it also can be interesting and important if you would like to start your own. And here, this is a kind of framework. I guess it reminds you about business model canvas, because mostly points are taken from there. But there is also quite similar thing. It's called community canvas. You can even Google it. Actually, it has a bit different look, but it's also still about the same. The main idea is that if you would like to start community, you should understand that what you're solving, who needs it, and what you're gonna do. And this framework helps here. And the second part is like to review it from time to time to understand if it's still up to date or something should be changed. But if we go deeper to the points, the first one is, yes, it's for problem or opportunity, because every community has its own phase. It solves some problems, it addresses some opportunities and challenges that we face. And it's definitely important to understand what are you going to deal with, because it will actually define all the other parts of what you plan to do. And then having this problem or opportunity defined, we are moving to the target audience, like who are the people who may be interested in what you're gonna share or what you're gonna create, like kind of events, everything. And defining your target audience, you should focus on your unique value proposition. Like, what do you propose if you have this problem or opportunity? what your community can do for the audience, like why they should attend, why they should participate, why it should be interesting for them. It's about value, and value brings us to solution, because answering this why and defining this value, we actually think about how we're gonna do this. And solution here, like if you're talking about communities, not some other kind of business model canvas, it will be about the formats, the types of events, probably some interesting insights about what can be done together to achieve the goals. And the next thing, it's about unfair advantage. Probably it may sound funny if you talk about communities, but actually it's still important to understand like what you can give. Because, for example, some communities can share their great expertise in something. Some just provide very comfortable formats. I know that we have communities that conduct quizzes for BA-BOK, that prepare to some certifications. So it's their unfair advantage. For example, my community will not solve this. We solve other issues, not even issues actually. We just address other problems and opportunities. In our community, we have, for example, cooler talks, which is actually interesting thing, because actually my community is for different locations, but we also have this necessity to network just to increase our collaboration, not to discuss only professional topics. So cooler talk is kind of a format which helps to address this, because we still define some topic, but this is informal gathering where we would like to share some stories, to share some questions and opinions on some topics that are highlighted, and also to collect tips and tricks and to understand like what works, what doesn't work based on real examples. And we do not record it because we would like to make it a safe space for people who attend, which allows us like to have pretty honest feedback. And also important thing is metrics, like how do you measure the activity of your community and understand if like it goes in right direction. The obvious ones, like you can measure the number of people who attend your events. You can measure how many people would like to conduct events, like based on the topics that you find important for the community. You can measure engagement by how many comments, posts, anything is created. Like it actually depends on the specifics of what you are doing, but I believe it's important to think about this measurement part, because if you try to sustain, probably some moment of time you will need to change something if you see that it's not the numbers that you expect. And cost structure. Yeah, communities have costs, especially if we talk about offline events, because even having like the paper and the pen, it's also like it costs something. And we should think about what we have, how we can allocate it, and for what purpose we can allocate it. Because if we're talking about starting community inside of a company, probably it requires budget. And the last thing, but not the least actually, is channels. Because yes, like starting from the beginning, we try to identify the audience, to propose some value, to have the solution. But the audience should also know about you to make it possible to join, to engage them. And channels are very important as well. And actually, that's it for this slide. And here we have thanks part, and I have the questions for you, probably. Can anyone tell me what is the phenomenon or the principle of wisdom of crowds? Maybe provides example. Wisdom of crowds.
Anyone?
Wisdom. Okay, so let me answer in this case. Wisdom of crowds, actually, it's a principle that tells that the group of people usually have better guesses on something than some particular like independent individual. There is an experiment about counting jelly beans in a jar. If you have just an individual trying to guess what is the number of jelly beans, actually they have opinions that vary a lot. And if we have a group of people who try to count jelly beans, not to count, actually count, but to guess what is the number of them, the answer of the group is, in average, always closer to the right answer than the guess of individual. Okay, so hopefully you're ready to the next question. There is also such principle as a network effect. And actually, if you heard something about it, it can be explained, like it explains why LinkedIn or GitHub are successful. Maybe you can explain what is network effect. Yeah, you have a hand.
Network outcome is more than sum of totals of its domains.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much. And if we talk about like products, digital products in our case, it works this way. So the more people contribute to something, the greater the outcome. And actually, it's very true for the communities because, yes, the more people are ready to share their expertise, the greater outcome, the more knowledge will have all the community. So, and actually the last question from my side is about theory of weak ties. Probably you have heard about it. Can anyone explain why the weak ties provide greater opportunities than strong ties? Okay, so let me do it for you. What is actually strong ties in this case? Strong ties, it's our close circle of people that we interact with. For example, our friends, our relatives, colleagues from the same project. Actually, they share the same environment that we do. And actually, we have pretty similar opportunities. Usually, there are some exceptions, I guess. But if we talk about weak ties, it's about people that, for example, we can see just for the first time, as we hear today. Somebody definitely are weak ties here. And we belong to different environments and we belong to different circles and we can have different opportunities. It works even inside of the company. Like if we are internal community and you participate in some event as a speaker, for example, it allows other people to know about your existence and maybe you share very valuable experience like for their project, for example, about some AI tool or anything. And they know about you, they can contact you, they can discuss it with you, they can even like bring you some new opportunity from your career perspective. It works inside the company, it works outside the company. So it's always good to have more connections, even weak ones. And I guess pretty soon we will pass the floor to the UK and we will have this amazing opportunity to like make our weak ties. So thank you. It was everything from my side. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions or we'll go to the networking part? Yes, please.
Hello, and thank you so much for this presentation and the thoughts you shared. Very impressive. And my question is about the formats. You spoke a lot about the formats. Which of them you find the most efficient for people to start sharing information between, to start solving some problem and collaborate? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let me address it from the different sides, because start sharing information may have different meaning. If it's about some first experience of sharing the information, like speaking on the events, probably the format, the comfortable format will be to make it short, like do not expect from people some long presentations if they are not familiar to this like experience of presenting something. Like make it short, make it 10 or 15 minutes, just to give them opportunity to share. If your question was about how we should start addressing some like new challenge, like how we should discuss it to provide some options to solve it. Yes, in this case, it will be about bringing as wide perspective as possible. And in this case, brainstorming should work fine. I mean, you can think about some formats where you give people this freedom and ability to share like their ideas, the points they find important, and to have this feelings that like they are safe, their ideas are okay, and we collect it, and then we can try to go further to the from what to how, like how we solve it, and like what can be the next step. So format, you can name it different way. You can name it just simple brainstorm, or you can find your own shape of like form of how it gonna look like. But the main goal will still stay the same. You need make people talking as much as possible, because the first part, it's about collecting the wide perspective. Thank you for the question once again. So any
More
other
questions?
questions? Guess no. Everyone would like to
Like no,
network.
yeah.
Thank you so much for your attention.
So once again, thank you very much for coming today to our event. Hopefully this will not be the last one, and this will continue. Many thanks to our great speakers. Please applause. And great them. And moving further to London. Thank you.
Hi everyone, just think we need to do a bit of a sound check. Online people, can you hear us okay? Welcome to London. Is it good? Okay, yeah, people in the room, welcome to EPAM, welcome to the London segment of our Global Business Analysis Conference. For those non-EPAMers, my name's John Story, so please do call me John. There's Jonathan, but all EPAMers know only my mother calls me Jonathan now. So please, I won't respond. But no, it's really good to see everyone in the room. As I said, this is the London segment of our online conference. You may well have seen we've already been online and in the rooms in Hyderabad, Tbilisi, and obviously now London. So really good to see everyone. So, does my lightsaber work? Yes. So, as I've just said, one day, 3 regions, 11 talks altogether. Yeah, and as well, this is my segment. It's very small, so I just want to take this opportunity to thank Darina. Thank Darina for orchestrating all this. And at the end of it, she's going to go and lie down in a dark room for a very long time and just get over it. So thank you, Darina. So yeah, 11 talks across the day, and I think we've got four for you today. So our conference, what it's about, three themes, and not just for our business analysis conference, but I guess for EPAM generally. 3 areas, client-centricity as we call it. So what's that? It's how do we uncover the real business need? How do we balance the need to increase customer satisfaction, the need for innovation, the need to run a sustainable business? Industry expertise. How do we use that deep domain knowledge to tailor solutions that are going to maximize business value? Obviously, they're going to work together. And obviously, AI enablement. Our chief exec says we've got to surf the wave. How are we going to surf the wave? Leverage AI to enhance decision making, productivity, and how do we take that forward? Okay, so three areas for us, and this is my favorite quote. Generally, Ralph Marston, he's a motivational speaker, and normally I tend not to pay too much attention to that kind of stuff. So I'm a bit of an old dinosaur, but this one is excellent. So excellence is not a skill; it's an attitude. It's about behaviours, and I guess people in this room and online displaying the right behaviours. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here at the end of a working day, would we? So please continue with that excellence attitude, if I can call it that. So what's in it for you? Gone through the 3 themes. So rewrite the rules, embrace AI. So we say surf that wave, otherwise it's going to wash you away. So the future business analysis is going to transform businesses and transform the role of the business analyst. So it's all about the future there. Talked about domain knowledge, client centricity. So we need to increase the impact we make on the business by using all of these tools. I guess finally, connect, unlock the power of the community. I guess again, that's why we're here. To learn from each other, to connect, and to make new connections and understand what's going on in the outside world, so to speak. So, our speakers and agenda, and again, thank you for coming. So this is what happened in Hyderabad, the 4 talks we had. Tbilisi, and again, we'll give these slides to you later. London, here we are. And I love the first talk. You would have thought we'd have planned it, obviously, given what's happened with M&S and been in the news recently. How BA strengthen security. Excellent topic for us. Ajit talking about domain insights, focused insights to advanced business analysis in the utilities. Mo, welcome. Be 21.3% more productive. Interesting. Yeah. And then Barry Cranston's going to come in and talk about customer client centricity. So that's what we're going to do today. Any questions, comments so far?
John, let's move to interesting stuff.
Okay. Sorry?
Let's move to interesting things.
Move to interesting things.
Yeah, begin.
Yeah. Please start.
Yeah, I think we're already on air, so we can.
Yeah. Bindu. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Like, should I give a short introduction? So,
yes, please.
yeah. So, Bindu, thank you for joining us. For everybody who didn't have a chance to check the speakers' profiles, so Bindu is more than 15 years in business analysis consulting and especially cybersecurity. And all of you heard that, especially after AI, raising in power, the number of cybersecurity threats and actually risks have raised, I guess, exponentially. And the problems that we are having in our digital world with cybersecurity are immense. So that's why cybersecurity is expected to grow more than 20% a year annually, during the next couple of years. And with AI, and even I think quantum computing as well, joining into this pack, we're going to have even more challenges. So welcome, Bindu, also regional director of IABA. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are we all BAs here in the room? Or mostly? Or should I say, do we all use BA skills? Because BA role is kind of in a gray area. So, okay. And online, all of us are BAs again, or at least people who use skills. Okay. So I will touch you. Thank you.
Better online?
Yeah. Is that okay? Fine. Okay. Yes. So as part of my work, I've been kind of talking about cybersecurity in the last 6 to 7 years. Probably now I hear a lot of you saying, oh, it's important, this happened, that happened. But trust me, 5, 6 years back, I was probably one of the very few voices who were telling, do you know cybersecurity is also linked with business analysis? And very few people would attend the session, or then again, really didn't understand. But at the end of the session, oh yes, now we understand. I'm really glad that it's taking momentum. So as part of this work, I've been working to put the IIBA certification together. And last year, I've just written a book as well. I'm going to show the book in a minute for you all. I'm not selling, by the way. Just, I would like you all to kind of maybe browse, just to kind of get, because we have a 30-minute session and we won't be able to cover everything, but just to kind of get the scope of it, maybe you could have a look as well. As part of this work, yes, I'm currently keenly advocating that every BA should be aware of cybersecurity. Okay, whether we all have to, but at the moment, I'm on a mission. And that's exactly why I take these opportunities to come and share about this awareness. And from there, your journey starts, how you want to explore. As I was just talking to Jem as well earlier, and she was telling me today, BA is kind of so diversified. So again, how we can continue on this journey as well. It is something for you to kind of pick up later on. So, is cybersecurity a technical or a non-technical subject?
Both.
Both. Sorry, anybody different? Yes, it is a multidisciplinary subject or topic. Okay, if I were speaking with a developer, they would say, yeah, of course it is all technical. That's what we provide. If I'm speaking to a compliance person, they say, oh, it's all about the regulations. So now you're all BAs. What do you think cybersecurity is? Sorry?
I'll say both technical and regulation.
Technical and regulation, okay.
Keeping your data.
Keeping your?
Data protected.
Data protected, thank you, yes.
Business continuity.
Absolutely. And in BA world, there's no right and wrong answer, so please feel free. Yes, absolutely. Of course. Anything else? Securing our products along with the data, how we interact with the product. So all of this, again, it's the scope is a lot. Do you currently include cybersecurity within your BA work? No? Should you be doing? Depends, yes. I like that answer. Can you elaborate?
I'm thinking from a data perspective.
Yeah.
I think how data is managed and how it's used.
Yeah.
One of the areas which is now becoming a key conversation that developers talk about is security right from the start, rather than having to think about security at the end.
Yeah. Secure by design. Yes. Yeah.
So from that perspective, I think there's a little bit of that.
Okay, so you said, I'm just kind of understanding, the developers are talking about that. What from a BA perspective, do you collaborate with the cybersecurity team? No. Okay. So the answer to the previous one is it's not included at the moment. And if at all, if you were doing, I would like to understand what's the scale. Okay. So are they our stakeholders or not?
Yeah. Cybersecurity team.
Cybersecurity team. Yeah. Hold that thought.
Yes.
If you have doubts, hold that thought. Probably we will address that by end of this session. What is business analysis? It's a BA. So come on, I need everybody to answer this question. In one word, please. What does business analysis mean to you?
Change. Transformation, change, transformation.
Transformation, change.
I think it's analysis. Or start to finish, but actually you have to work like that from a consumer's perspective. So how they are entering your business, interacting with your business. Do they come fully secured when they are going to your web page or your financial services product, you know, if they're using their phone, where are they, you know, are they secure? Cybersecurity attacks usually come from outside, not within an organization.
Thanks, that was a really long word. Okay, anybody else? Is that all? We are all BAs. Come on, I really need. This is the first session.
Would use two words. I don't use one. It would be enablement or be a change agent.
Okay, yes. Anybody online? Are they responding? Or not? Anybody else?
Know the business.
Know the business? Okay, yeah.
Solve business problems.
Solve business problems, yes. Fantastic. Stakeholder management, yes. Thank you. You want to give it a shot?
Details.
Okay, detail oriented. Yeah. Shall we say that?
We have one answer from online, which is change catalyst.
Change catalyst, thank you. Well done. Okay. Anybody else?
Understanding business needs and finding solutions to business.
Okay. So now we all picked up words or sentences. Is there one word which can encapsulate everything? So there cannot be change without stakeholder engagement or process management or detail oriented. But can we find one word which encapsulates all the things that we are doing here?
The
enablement one? Change? Okay.
That's part of the basic definition, right?
Business analysis is a responsibility. Do we all agree with that? If it is not a responsibility, we might not be doing accurately all the things that we are expected to do. Because there is an undocumented trust. Okay, do we have the laser? No. Okay. Because we have an undocumented trust between a business analyst and their client. Because the decisions are made based on our analysis. Yes or no? If our analysis is incomplete, is the decision right? If analysis is incorrect, is the decision right? So now, if we miss out a stakeholder, is our analysis complete? No. Exactly. So then why don't we include cybersecurity stakeholders? That means whatever the analysis we are delivering is incomplete. At least that's a good place to start, isn't it? Okay. Here is again a generational view of how the cybersecurity mindset or the role and the tech involved. How many of you are from the classic BA time? Okay. No judgment there. Yeah. Okay. So again, the tech was not much involved because we were calling them as purist BA, where they were talking about the business itself. And there was no data, but there was information. And the language was information and not data then. But the second generation transitional BAs, that's again where even I started my career as a systems analyst developer, where I used to understand the business knowledge and also design the systems, the database, develop as a coder, deliver it, train the users, and then move on to another client. So which means an end-to-end. And again, there tech was involved. That is when we started again from a BA perspective purely. And next generation, the agile, then technology became moderate. And we started using non-functional requirements and role-based access. But today, cybersecurity is strategic and embedded. So if it is embedded, if it is strategic, why as BAs we just limit it to non-functional requirements or to the cybersecurity teams or the IT teams only? Why is it not part of our role? Making you think. So before we actually get into the details, we need to clearly understand what is the role of a business analyst and what is the role of a cybersecurity analyst. So they are at the two ends of the spectrum. If we start including cybersecurity, we are not going to become the cybersecurity analysts. Their scope and the work they do is completely on the other end of the spectrum, where they look at the technical solutions, they will look at the systems, everything, and they analyze that. But whereas we will still remain as business analysts, but we will have enough knowledge so that, or a foundational knowledge, so that we can start having those conversations. In the previous slide where we saw from a transitional BA, all the BAs had to actually understand about technology. When we say technology, what is a database? What is a data field? Basic information so that we could speak to the technical teams. Exactly the same way today, we will have to learn that cybersecurity knowledge, and so that we can include that within our analysis. So what is that knowledge? The core BA skills will still remain as is. That will never change. Our analysis will still be the same thing, but the scope of our analysis changes. That means we are including another team, another set of stakeholders, and we're going to look at some other information as well. And what is that security knowledge is what we'll be gaining, but we're not going to become the experts. The experts will sit outside. Like if we are working in an insurance domain, we might not be the experts. Subject matter experts will be somebody else, SMEs. But we will have just enough information, and when we need, we will go to them and get that information. So similarly, as cybersecurity, we will not be the experts. So what is that knowledge that we will be gaining? Exposure to the speak, how we extend our BA tools and techniques to include security, so that we can incorporate it holistically in our work, in our day-to-day BA activities, embedding cybersecurity in all stages of the project. And when I say cybersecurity, the whole thing where it has data as well within it. So again, people, process, security, all the regulations, GDPR, for example, auditing, business continuity, and so on and so forth. Does this make sense? So I'm going to introduce two key aspects of security here, so that when you go back tomorrow, you can at least start implementing in your own work as a first step. And then also I will share some of the information where you can expand as well. So what does security mean? What do you understand by the word security? Yeah, protect something.
Prevent.
Sorry, say the thing. Prevent, yes.
Limit access.
Limit access, okay.
Giving access to people that need access.
Yeah, limit access or grant access, okay. So we are talking about access management here. Anybody else? Fundamentally, what is security? Keeping something safe. Yes. So when will you protect something? Thank you. Who said that? You said that. Thank you very much. And that's exactly what NIST also defines. The state of being free from danger or a threat. Only that is valuable. So when we don't know what crown jewels as an organization we are holding, what is the crown jewels, by the way, of our organization? Data. So until we understand the value of the data that we are holding, how will we try to protect it if we don't know what is the value? Make sense? So security is all about protection of the value against its risks, vulnerabilities, and threats. Does that mean we will have to mitigate every risk, every threat, every vulnerability to make our products secure?
I think we have to prioritize results, right?
Yes.
It's an ongoing process, so you secure it. You move on and technologies change, and it's review. So you review all the time. That's where you review security all the time to see what new changes need to be made. So it's a continual thing. So you can't always have these things happen. Continue review of the process procedures that you use to secure.
Yes. So as VAs, when we are developing, we are adding value, we prioritize. We cannot give everything. So which means similarly, security is not 100%, or it's not perfect security doesn't exist. So with life, we take all the precaution, but still anything can happen. But a good security is making it harder and expensive for the attacker. We are creating more layers, more boundaries. That even if somebody is coming to attack, we are making it harder. And at the same time, we are proactively defending it. So by the time they get in with all those layers, we know how to defend. And I know some of you were taking MNS example. Harun's is again another example where they proactively defended it, again, quite recently in the news. Okay, does this make sense? So when we are working on products, it doesn't mean that 100% security, but we need to be mindful about. So as BAs, what can we do? We can identify all the risks and again provide so that whoever is the decision maker can decide how far we need to go to secure our products based on the value, based on our crown jewels. The second key aspect, very, very important. And if you look at the incidents, okay, why the data breaches are happening or the ransom attacks are happening, this is one of the key causes. What does cybersecurity mindset mean? Take a guess, doesn't matter. As I said, there's no right or wrong answer here. Yes.
Actually, basically really thinking through and adopting.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Designing systems with cybersecurity in mind as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other?
Shaping new ideas, requirements against cybersecurity aspects. If there's something new that it brings to it.
Yeah. They are all absolutely true. But at a foundational level, cybersecurity mindset is something we can understand with a very simple example. How many of you use bikes? Okay, is that the way you park, to a pole or a rack, or where do you park? In the bike stand, right? Okay, and that's the round loop lock that is used. So we have parked the bike. Yes, we have. There's a tick box. Is it locked? Yes, it is locked. Is that the right lock? Yes, it's the right lock. Now the important question, is the bike safe? No. Obviously. Obviously. This is exactly what happens. GDPR, yes, we have all the boxes ticked. Then what happens? Security mindset is the foundation. Understanding what your crown jewels are and having this mindset. So once we have this mindset, doesn't matter where in the project lifecycle we are, we will have that additional pair of glasses where we just don't tick the boxes, we actually make it secure. And that includes the staff as well, as you were pointing it out. Why people? Because they really don't understand what's the importance of the activity that they are doing. Does it make sense? Okay, again, technology progression. Why are we in this situation? Again, I come from the generation where that was my first computer. And actually, I saw some of those monitors when I entered the reception. Oh, it was nostalgic. So security was very easy then. Okay, I used to use a floppy disk, and if it got corrupted, I would replace with another floppy disk with antivirus, and boom, everything was perfect. And I could repeat it. I could take the same antivirus and load it on all other systems. But today, how are we transacting? We have expanded so much. And as we expand, what happens? The more technology expands, the more vulnerable the ecosystem gets. If you actually take a moment, take a project, on some evenings when you have nothing interesting, start thinking about what all things can break. And I can guarantee, I can challenge you, you will stay days together and still it will be incomplete. Because that is the expand that we have really, really expanded today. Which is good, and I always say, technology and cybersecurity are two ends of the stick. You can't pick up just one end of the stick, can we? When we pick up one, the other end obviously comes up. So wherever there is technology, by default, security should be there. And because we are missing this perspective, we have all the incidents. So next time when you hear or read about the incidents, just get into the details and have a look. It will come down to this: risk overlooked or risk mismanaged. Why? Because we didn't see the value or we didn't have a security mindset. As simple as that. Okay, what can BS do? As I said, this is a 30-minute session. We cannot include everything, but remember, no matter what you're doing, have that security mindset and think, how can I extend my tools, my techniques, whatever I'm doing? But one of the key technique I'm going to share with you. We all write personas, right? As part of our BA work, okay? A bank user or a retail website user, we write intended user. Oh, this could be a retail website. We have, I don't know, women 30 to 40 years. This is how it should be. This is what her lifestyle is, blah, 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 right? How many of us create personas on unintentional and wrong intentional users? Anybody here?
Mostly focusing on the intention.
Intended, exactly. So you have the intended persona. So now can you tell me what are the things that follows from an intended personas?
I mean, they are using the main functionality, right?
Okay, so
the product right.
Exactly. So what do you do as part of the BA work?
Analyze their needs, develop the functionality in the product, based on their needs, and delivering the value for them.
Exactly. So as a BA, what is the work that we do? We write requirements. Basically,
We develop the process.
we develop the process, we write the requirements. We also write the alternate scenarios. One scenario, what happens, alternate scenarios, right? And all the requirements. So if we don't have anything for unintentional and wrong intentional users, can you see the space that we have left? If we have an unintentional, and you will see what they are exactly, and wrong intentional user personas, then what happens from those personas? Obviously, you will have requirements, obviously, or you will have scenarios, alternate scenarios, which means you're closing the gap and making it harder for the intruder. Yes or no? Yeah. So some of the examples of unintentional and wrong intentional users is an unaware user. Accidents happen. They didn't intend to do it that way, but yes, it still happens. I didn't know the system would do this, but it happened. Okay, again, insider threat. That is a big one. External hacker, and of course, an uninformed executive, as an example. So when you go back tomorrow, just look at your requirements, look at all the scenarios, and just say, okay, what can go wrong there? Who can create situations there? And start including it, okay, as a start. So again, we just touched today the security and the business analysis mindset, again, at a very, very top level. There's a lot into it. And we also looked at the personas here. So there are these 10 aspects, which is a framework that I've actually explained in the book, why and how a BA can include to ensure that we can embed security in our work, no matter what we do across the project lifecycle. Okay. How many of you use IIBA knowledge areas or WCAM? Yes. So there's also a chapter which talks about how we can extend that as well to include security. Okay. And again, like as I said, going forward, if you need more information, cybersecurity for businessanalyst.com. It is again a space that I have created where there are a lot of free webinars, free articles, podcast bites. They're all free workshops. There will be some masterclasses free sometimes, but there are training, paid training, and the book you can get at a discount price. Along with this, there's a lot of other resources that you can go. The top one is again IIBA certification, cybersecurity analysis. And all of this, again, will give you a lot of information on cybersecurity and risk, so that get yourself acquainted with that. More links, research, and reporting, all the new incidents that you hear, okay, and the analysis of those incidents, magazines, all of that this is a very good resource as well. Finally, there's a lot of resource gaps or the vacancy that needs to be filled for cybersecurity. And especially now with the AI, things are also in flux. So which means there is a huge responsibility on us to kind of embed security into our day-to-day work. And should you choose to take your career or pivot your career in a different way, as we saw earlier, from a business analyst to a cybersecurity analyst, that also is a career progression if you choose to, because there's a lot of room to grow there as well. And as long as there's technology, there will be cybersecurity. So as long as that is there, there'll be work for us as well. Again, finally, both business analysis and security go beyond the titles. They are responsibility. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions or anything, please feel free to reach out to me at any point in time.
I think we have some time for questions before the next session starts.
Okay.
So we can start from some questions from the audience. We also have some questions online. And if no one here, I can start from the first questions that we have here. And
Yes, we're just trying to figure out
That's
which
fine.
of them is the.
Last question.
Yeah,
What is
please.
the crossover between the business analyst versus the cybersecurity analyst? Like, how much do you need to understand and know to hand over the project to them to say, this is what your responsibility is?
So as PAs, what do we do currently with the technical team? We write the requirements and we hand over the requirements to the technical team. And the same thing goes with the cybersecurity team as well. Because we can, when it comes to technical, we don't write the technical solutions. We just say the system should do this way.
Right.
Similarly, we say the system should be secure, or the data should be secure. Why? Because these are the reasons. So we just, the same handoffs, writing the requirements, but it's just that we shouldn't miss the requirements. And we miss the requirements because we don't have the personas to start with. So once we have that, we will have all the scenarios as well, and we will have the requirements, and that we will hand over.
So is understanding at a fairly high level security sufficient, or do you feel like you need to understand a whole lot about security?
No, that is why I said the very first step, the first diagram I showed is, again, there's a long journey to understand security. It is completely, the solutions are technical, but the requirements, they are not technical. Because how we secure, we don't know. See, we say we need a product where the user has to do something. How we are going to provide the solution is, again, the technical team will decide, the data team will decide, and the developers will develop it based on, again, a lot of other factors. Similarly, when it comes to security as well, we say it has to be secure for whatever the reasons, and we hand over at that level. Yes.
Just a follow-up to his question. When you find these roles online, there are lots of requirements that BA should have, especially as regards cybersecurity. So if you see a typical cybersecurity business analyst role, it's like a cybersecurity analyst role.
Yes.
And I think the more the job market is a little bit competitive, the more there is demand on PA to actually get real cybersecurity certifications or real cybersecurity experience. So coming back to what he has said, at what point do you really, is it that as you continue your journey, at some point you find yourself inside cybersecurity doing a lot more because the market also wants you to have that level of experience or level of insight into cybersecurity? So because that's the, for me, that's the reality really. This role starts as just understand requirements and pass it over. But the job market is a different world. You're seeing, you're not just going to be passing requirements, you need to actually be the one doing assessments. You need to have certain certifications in cybersecurity to actually sit on that role. So I don't know if you have.
Yes. Again, that is where clearly I had to distinguish the two roles. Okay, so today there's a VA, okay, who's working, who understands technology, and they might decide, I think I like to work a lot of data, and they transition or they work towards becoming a data analyst. Right? Or maybe a pure, they might transform into a system architect because they understand more on the systems. So similarly, as a BA, once you start understanding security, you can still move to become a cybersecurity analyst. That's exactly the kind of role that you're explaining. So, but that means as a BA, I have to include data in my work. When I say data, again, not at the solution level, but what the data entails. Similarly, I will also include now solution or so the security. As very first, we clearly established that if we don't include security, it is incomplete analysis. So as a PA, we have to deliver it, but if that is your calling, that is what you would like to take your career to, obviously, and that's exactly I said, this will be the first step. Because if you don't even include, you don't even know. So the first step is to start including, again, for two reasons. One is to understand more, and the other thing is the responsibility to deliver complete analysis. So from there are a lot many certifications, and the journey is different because that's purely, the scope is different. The work they do is different. Answer your question?
Yes.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes.
This is a little bit outside this. So it is mostly with AI.
Yeah.
So with the onset of AI, people creating their own large language models.
Yeah.
Internally, what's your opinion in terms of how that would change the landscape of what the BA actually does and what they know in terms of having to get not an expert, but having to understand AI. how that impacts the cybersecurity and just the knowledge. So that's what you're talking about in terms of how the BA should understand basics or the high knowledge about cybersecurity. Now you now have AI. How does that actually now work?
Yeah, thanks. Very good question. Without AI, there's no presentation complete. So yeah, AI is, again, from my perspective, it's another tool. Okay, I remember probably a decade back, in every client or whomever I worked with, Agile is the silver bullet. Agile solves the problem. Agile is only a methodology. You apply it and you solve it. So today, AI is another tool. Yes, it's a wave that all of us have to, as you were mentioning, John, that we all have to ride. But again, we have to understand that it is a tool and how we can use it. So when it comes to security, yes, it does a lot of help in terms of understanding the behaviors, in terms of doing a lot of data analysis, in terms of proactively, identifying what's happening rather than manually we do that. But again, that also comes with a lot of other layers where we will have to ensure the quality of our data. And the predictions is, again, there's no bias. So again, there's a lot of work. So in terms of AI, yes, it's not a silver bullet. That's my opinion. And I know even people who have worked in AI for the last 2 decades, from the beginning, they also don't know how it is shaping up. Because I always believe that more than AI, we need to understand how to use a tool. We have all given a tool where we don't even know the tool much and we don't even know how to use it. So we are all experimenting it. Things will work out, things may not work out. So it takes time for us to understand, but looking at what it is doing with the capability, it can do wonders. So it's all about how well we can use it.
I would add to that, we were talking earlier in the team meeting, that AI is effectively democratizing development. It's putting powerful tools in the hands of people like us. I mean, we had a competition where BAs and product managers were writing agents, or battle of the agents. And it's almost spreading, giving that capability.
Yeah.
It's almost going wild, So that, protecting those assets for any organization is going to be absolutely key, because you are putting the tools in the hands of a lot more people.
And let's talk about agents talking to agents.
Well, yeah.
So
yeah, fundamentally, I think the right approach would be to, as users, we understand the responsibility first, how to use it, and then we use it. But again, we are not in an ideal world. Yes. Any other question? Or thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll continue. And now I would like to invite Ajit, with more than 20 years of experience in business analysis, product management, program management, working over continents and industries. So Ajit will be sharing about the energy and utilities domain. Again, you know and heard that, especially with AI, the usage of energy actually grows, not exponentially, but pretty seriously.
Yeah.
And now we have, to build capabilities in order to meet the ever-growing energy demands, while keeping that sustainable. And that's why we as business analysts, we need to understand how to work with companies in this domain. And this is where Ajit will help us. Please welcome. Thank you.
It was a wonderful presentation, Bindu. Thanks for that. And I welcome you all for the presentation, what I'm going to have today. So this is focused on the energy and utilities domain. And thanks for the introduction, Roman. So I'll spend next 30 minutes going through a couple of slides which I've made. Again, 30 minutes is too short to talk about any of the domain topics. But I'll try to give some idea about what are the key areas which we can focus on this domain, especially from an advanced business analysis perspective, and how can we add value to the customers. So this is the kind of topics which I would like to cover today. We'll talk about introduction, as in why this domain expertise matter. We'll talk about the trends that is transforming the energy and utilities industry. We'll talk about the changing consumer behavior. You will see more talk about the prosumers right now. And then we'll talk about the role of advanced business analysis in this vertical. Then we also will spend some time about talking the emerging opportunities, what you see in this domain, and the future proofing which we can do in the system. And kind of a bit of note for the domain-focused business analysis. What do they need to do to on the front track of the system? Right. Let's look at why domain expertise matters. So I'm going to focus on energy and utilities. Likewise, any other domain, if you're working on, let's say, finance sector or banking sector, every industry has its own potential and it matters to the area which you're working on. So let's look at why energy and utilities is key. We all know it's the backbone of economy, right? It powers all the industries what we have, and most of the systems are fueled by the energy industry. You look at any transformations right now which is happening on the automotive industry or maybe on the agriculture sector, energy is key, right? And it is the central element to achieve the climatic goals. So if you look at right now, the global emission, the global gas emission, if you look at it, it's around 74% of the global gas emission is through the energy industry. So they are the main contributors for all these global emissions. So there is a heavy focus on having net zero implemented. So most of the organizations are actually moving towards those targets. You might have seen that many countries have enrolled for net zero targets as well, right? And it's a big industry. It's $1 trillion industry, and which is driving renewable energy transition. If you look at UK in particular, they have invested heavily on renewable energy right now, especially on the solar and the wind turbines. The target is by 2020 or 2030, they wanted to have 40% of houses being powered using the wind turbines. That's the kind of target UK is working towards right now. So that's a big industry, and there is heavy focus, and there are a lot of potentials, and there is a lot of opportunity for us as a business analyst to work there. Now, what do you get by having a combination of business analysis and domain expertise? With that combined knowledge, you can actually have impact created on this industry. So you can solve sector-specific problems, especially in the range of grid modernization. So you might have seen that we are moving into smart grids. We have got a lot of new infrastructure coming in. We have got distributed energy resources. We have got blockchains coming into play. We have got AI. We always talk about Gen AI, right? So there is a lot of play which we can do there. Then we have got renewable adoption and consumer demand. So you might have heard about smart meter rolling out in most of the countries, and UK is also doing very well there. So we get complex data from smart meters. We can help in translating this complex data into actionable strategies. Now,
sorry, just a quick question. There is also a camera that we have on the online translation. So just move slightly.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Right. And we can also facilitate compliance with energy regulations and the sustainable initiatives like ESG and all of that. Next comes the point around delivering values. So how do we provide values to the customers? How can we derive insights out of the data what we have from the industry? So we can look at market trends. We can look at the transition to renewables. So we will be able to look at the kind of raw data what we get from the smart meters. How can we do analytics on those data? What can we provide to the customers? What are the kind of tariffs that we can offer to the customers? And then we will also look at the consumer behavior. So depending on the certain pattern of the day, let's say if you have got an electric vehicle, right, you mostly be interested in charging it during the off-peak hours, right? So how do you identify those customers and what kind of tariffs you can offer to those kind of customers? So you can create some personalized experiences for customers. And then you can also look at the analytics-driven return of investments. You can boost the efficiency of the network. So we talk about the infrastructure which is getting old. There are certain scenarios where you can identify what device can go wrong at what point, depending on how long that's been operational in the system, right? So that will help in increase in revenue because you don't want the system to break. So you identify these issues upfront and you help in resolving the issues even before that happens. Now, in this slide, I want to talk about the trends that is transforming the energy industry. So, as you all know, decarbonization and net zero, it's key, and it is one of the key factors which every company or every organization, if you look at on the energy sector, is focusing right now. More than 140 countries have enrolled for net zero targets right now, and they are all keen to see how efficient that can be. The other bit is the distributed energy resources. So most of you know now we have rooftop solars everywhere. So most of the houses, what you see here in UK, you might have seen that everybody is actually aiming for a solar panels on the roof, right? And people are also going for the batteries, EV batteries as well. So they have got charging stations almost everywhere, and people have started using the EVs as a kind of a mechanism to feed back power into the grid. So that's not a new topic anymore. It's been in the industry, and that is actually a key trend which is transforming the industry right now. The other bit is the grid modernization and resilience. So we talked about the old infrastructure which is getting transformed through smart grids, and the automation of those network infrastructure is happening on a big scale, and it is helping to avoid certain complicated situations in the network where you have energy deficiencies being managed properly. Right. Then comes the digitization and smart infrastructure. Right. So we have moved away from all those old infrastructures. We talked about cloud. We talked about the edge devices, the computing devices, which does a lot of computing capability, which has got a lot of computing capability on the edge side itself, and they're able to do a lot of calculations. So you don't need to transfer so much of data to the end system. You can do it in the far end of the edge itself. So these are a few things which is happening right now from a digitalization and smart infrastructure space. Next is the consumer empowerment and prosumers, right? So consumers are no more consumers, right? So they are producers. They are producing energy these days, right? So look at, you have EVs at home, you have solars, right? You are generating energy, and you might have excess energy as well. So you don't just use it for yourself, you're feeding it back to the grid. So the grid should have that capability where it can manage the excess energy that's being fed in. So those are some of the topics, if you look at it, which is transforming. And the last and bit around the trend is the regulatory and market evolution. So market is evolving. And of course, with the market evolution, you will see regulatory changes as well, right? So these are some of the key trends, what you see within the industry, which is actually reshaping the industry into a better world. I want to spend a few minutes here to talk about the changes, what you have noticed in the consumer behavior. So we all are consumers of energy, right? So we all have either a traditional meter, which is a conventional meter, or a smart meter at home, right? If you have a smart meter, you wanted to know, right, what is my energy usage, right? Can I get some savings out of it? Because my bills are high, the prices are going so high, right? So there are a lot of changes, what is happening. So I have classified them into these categories. If you look at it, we have seen a lot of prosumer emergence. Digital personalization is something which consumers prefer right now. They have got green preferences. They are also interested in, they are price sensitive, right? So because of the market fluctuations, consumer is like, okay, I want to get better deals out of the energy products what you have made available in the market. And they are interested in new program participations. Let's focus on some of these key bits. One is the prosumer emergence. So we talked about it a bit while. So most of the homeowners have got solar right now. They have got solar panels installed, and they have battery power devices at home, and they are selling power back to the grid. What is the key highlight? Most of the houses these days are having self-generation capability. With that comes the peer-to-peer energy trading capability. Right? So you don't need a big grid to actually support or provide energy to another house. You can actually support the energy requirements of a nearby house. So these are the things which are coming in from the introduction of the solar panels, batteries, and the distributed energy resources in the market. Next one is the digital personalization. With the introduction of smart meters, what you are noticing is huge volume of data coming back to the system. Right? With the data, we can do a lot of analytics, we can do a lot of real-time calculations, and you can identify the real-time usage of certain consumer base. And with the help of AI energy assistance, we can do a lot of analytics again, and we can introduce the capabilities from the likes like Alexa, which will do home automation. So with the data, what you get from these meters, and with the kind of energy agents, what you can bring in, you can do wonderful things within your home. Again, to call out the highlights, you will have better control over the apps. You will have customized plans which you can offer to the customers, like the time of use plans which you see right now, based on the certain usage patterns. So these are some of the offerings which we can provide. Next is the green preferences. Right? So the customers are more interested in these days to offer plans which are mostly based on renewable generation. So let's say several customers are saying, I wanted to have energy from the renewable sources, right? So the energy suppliers are trying to figure out how can we identify those and how can we actually provide those kind of offerings to the customers. And they wanted to know what is the carbon emission happening as part of those energy uses. So whether it's a fossil fuel based energy generation, or is it a renewable energy? So they want to do carbon tracking as well. And then comes the community solar. Whoever is not able to actually have solar rooftops, they're actually going for this community solar, which is nothing but you can have a certain portion of the solar capability rented for a certain duration. So you have this big solar farms, right? So you can actually say that, okay, I wanted to get into an engagement for a year, and then I want to use energy for that certain duration. So whatever you use and whatever you pay for that 1 year, there will be an incentive which will be given by the energy supplier for using the renewable energy. I liked here, eco-conscious choices. And the next bit is the price sensitivity, right? We talked about the increase in prices. It is so volatile these days. The prices are going up and down most of the times, right? So the customers are interested in stability. They wanted to know, okay, what will be my bill? Can I have a same bill for every month depending on the usage? Can I have a certain average calculated properly, right? And they want to know tools which will help them identifying what would be their pattern. So they wanted to know the budget billing, and they wanted to know the time of use plans. So these are the key bits which they are interested from a price sensitivity perspective. Then comes the program participation, right? So if you look at, I think you might know your energy suppliers will be providing a lot of incentives right now, right? So they will be saying, for example, if you take British Gas, they say peak save Sundays. What does that mean? So you use energy for a certain period in during Sunday, you get discount on your energy prices. So they are actually promoting those kind of offerings so that they can actually incentivize the customer. And they are also giving some net metering options. So if you're generating excess energy as part of your solar rooftop, and if you're feeding it back to the grid, they are able to figure out how much of energy you are putting back to the grid and whether it's a renewable energy source or not. And depending on that, they are giving you incentives. So these are the areas where the consumer behavior is changing right now. And these are the areas where there are potential where we can add value to the business. Now, I just wanted to talk about how from advanced business analysis, we can support all these segments, be it the consumer segment or be it the industry itself. So this is structured in 2 phases. I would like to talk about the data and technology enablers first. So some of the key known topics here would be the cloud platform, the IoT data ingestion, and the data governance. So as an advanced business analyst who understands the domain and who has got very good insight about business analysis, we can help in defining the data that we need to receive from the endpoint, and we can define the strategy for ingesting this data into the system. So be it the data that is coming from the smart meters, or be it the data that comes from your IoT endpoints or any of the sensors. We can collaborate with architects because we are the domain experts. We understand what the customer needs are. So we can easily collaborate with architects to structure a cloud native scalable solution, be it in any of the cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, etc. We can also help in designing the data governance framework because we know what is in customer specific data, we know what is sensitive. So we can decide the governance policies, the ownership, the quality, and the usage rights. Next bit is around the AI and ML frameworks and real-time analytics. Right, so with the enough knowledge of the domain and with the kind of business analysis experience, you can help in prioritizing the ML use cases. For example, I would like to call up load forecasting, fault detection, and identifying the real issues the customer facing, and using natural language processing, you can identify the problem whenever they talk to your customer care or whenever they talk to the agents within these communities. Other way is you can work with data scientists because they are the experts. They have got good knowledge about data, how to play with data. But we have got the business domain expertise as well, so you can work with them to define the business hypothesis, and you can ensure the models what they create aligns with the operational goals. So that's something which is interesting as well. and that drives the insights into dashboards that embed AI recommendations for operations, customer experience, and planning. So in this slide, I would like to cover the analytics capabilities or the use cases which we can bring in. So this is kind of network-oriented capabilities. You are talking about predictive maintenance. So we talked about the network, the transmission and the distribution networks, what you have within the industry, which transmits or distributes power from grids. So we can analyze, or we can help in analyzing the historic faults. We can look at the weather pattern, we can look at the sensor data, and we can define a pattern for the asset. Let's say this asset is being in use for certain duration, and it has had these failures in the past. And all these failures happen because of a certain reason, especially during the season of winter. We have got a lot of issues with these transformers, for example. So we can analyze those patterns, and we can define a model to say that, okay, apply this model to make sure that the devices what you have on your network, even before it fails, you can identify them and then have appropriate measures in place to replace or have some maintenance done on these devices. You can help in defining some thresholds, some criticality matrices, and some cost avoidance projections. The other key bit on predictive maintenance is collaboration with field ops, because one of the key reasons where the industry is failing right now is having the right people on time to fix the issues. Wherever the issue, they are trying to put the manpower in place, but by the time they are there, it's like 1 hour. So this is critical network infrastructure which you are talking about, right? So if you are able to identify an issue before even it happens, then you can have the right field operations teams to be there to take actionable insights. Then comes the load forecasting and the DER optimization. So the key bit here where we can actually contribute and help is enabling the hybrid forecasting models that you can combine with the traditional forecasting. So with the introduction of DERs, the main challenge what we have is it's a bit difficult to predict, especially with solar and wind, right? It is difficult to predict how much of energy you can receive or you can generate at a certain point of time, right? So with the kind of optimization what we require, what we can do is we can actually look at the forecast from the past few years or the past few months. You can look at the pattern what is being generated in the past few months, and then you will be able to model a system in such a fashion that you'll be able to provide forecasting to the industry. And the next key bit is help in interpreting models that result to plan grid investments or pricing. So we talked about different pricing models. We talked about customers who have got EVs and customers have got various demands, right? So what we can do is we can look at the investments, we can look at the time of use pricing models, we can look at their pattern, and we can provide certain tariffs that will provide benefit to the customer. And the last bit is assessing the business case and feasibility of virtual power plants and storage strategies. Right. So the next bit, we talk about customer segmentation and dynamic pricing. So we talked about various patterns, various consumer behaviors, right? So with the introduction of smart meter, what we are noticing is the consumption patterns is easily being provided from the endpoints to the suppliers. So they have the pattern, they have the data what they need. Now, with advanced business analysis and the capability of knowing the customer patterns, we can actually provide segmented tariffs and segmented options for the customers. So we can identify certain personas, we can create some rates, we can create some products, and we can also categorize the customers as either a green advocate or a budget conscious customer. So depending on what kind of behavior they have, we can offer some certain tariffs. We can attract the customers by providing certain tariffs. And the last bit is the support of A and B testing, of pricing pilots, and revenue impact modeling. Right. I would like to summarize that slide by saying that with the kind of right domain knowledge and the business analysis capability, you can act as a strategic connector. You can translate the analytics into business decisions. You can also be a value architect You can help in prioritizing initiatives based on return on investment, the feasibility and alignment with regulatory and strategic goals. And the last one is the operational integrator. So with the knowledge, what you can do is you can ensure the AI and ML solutions are usable by operations, marketing, and the customer care within the supplier organizations. Right, next 2 slides, I'll be talking about the emerging opportunities and the future proofing, what you need to do within this industry. To start with, let's look at energy as a service model. So this is not new. It's been there for quite a while, but this is an emerging thing. This is not fully matured enough. So what is energy and service model? It's a subscription-based model where you get flexibility and sustainability of the product what you use, and it is purely driven from the decentralized generation via renewables. Impact, it lowers consumer cost, it promotes sustainability, and it reduces carbon footprint. Next bit is the virtual power plants and blockchain for certification. So virtual power plants, as most of you know, are not real. These are kind of distributed aggregation of distributed energy resources. So you don't see a grid as such, but you actually combine various energy resources and you make a virtual grid out of it. And blockchain is, again, it's been there for quite some time now, and it's been kind of applied properly into the energy trading industry right now. So for all the energy trading transactions, what they are doing, they are slowly moving away from the traditional way, and they are embedding blockchain into that. So peer-to-peer energy exchanges is the other key bit which we talked about, right? Introduction of EVs and the solar, what you have at home. You can generate more power. You can start doing energy trading. Again, impact out of this, it increases the grid stability, and it also improves energy trading efficiency. The next bit on the emerging opportunities is the 5G and 6G usage. It helps to transmit the data faster, and it also helps with making sure that the real-time data collection is happening so that you can do predictive maintenance. So this is something which is coming up right now, and most of the grids are slowly getting adapted to this kind of technology. From a future-proofing perspective, we must all start embracing digital transformation. We talked about Gen AI, right? So we should start leveraging those concepts. We should start learning about blockchain if we haven't, and we should see whether that is something which we can apply on the industry we are working on. Should enhance the usage of 5G, 6G on the grid. And scalable solutions. So the solutions, whatever we build for the customer, ensure that those solutions can be scaled with the technology advancements. Because if you know 5G and 6G, today is 5G or 6G, tomorrow it will be something else, right? So the telecom industry is actually moving very fast. So we have to ensure that we have close collaboration with industries. We need to understand how these industries are moving and how the regulatory bodies are putting new regulations on the market. So with that, I would like to call out this slide, which is a kind of call to action for the business analysts who are working on the energy and utilities industry. I would suggest probably these are the things which they should apply in their day-to-day life so that they can call out as a domain business analyst rather than a generic BA. Fundamental thing I'll start with is upskilling in certain tools, right? So go beyond the general BA skills. So you're not going to write just requirements. You need to understand the domain if you want to become a domain business analyst. So study certain tools which will help you in doing that. So I've called out some like Homer, that Stream. So these are energy modeling softwares, what you have within the market. There are a lot of other softwares as well. So depending on which area you're working on, try to upskill yourself in certain tools. Enable data-driven strategies. So, you know, business analysis, the traditional sense, we always say it as it's a bridge between the business and IT, right? Try to change that a bit. Act as the bridge between the business, that is operations, regulatory, and the customer services team by using the analytics data, what you get, and try to align that with the strategy organization has. Outcome, a more agile, transparent, and responsive organization. And the last but not the least, the key bit, drive innovation and change. Yeah, try to anticipate the industry pain points like decarbonization, grid resilience, or customer engagement, and try to propose creative and tech-enabled solutions. Outcome, you'll be shifting from reactive to strategic innovation catalyst. So to summarize, I want the domain-focused business analysis or analyst to move away from the regular business analysis work stream and start focusing on the domain capability, what they can bring and offer to the customers. So yeah, with that, I'll conclude the slides. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for literally maybe one question. So is there anything? Oh.
So I know we are focused on the energy sector, domain specific areas, but this is like more of a generic part. Like business analysts do work in different domains. Just because they work for a specific period of time doesn't make them the domain experts.
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm an insurance domain business analyst, and I have been here for 2.5 to 3 years, and I've been ERP, e-commerce, etc. But what should I be doing more to become a domain expert? Because the company that has employed us want us to deliver services that's tailored to the project needs, and to master domain specific needs. How do I relate it to the project that I'm working on, and how can I, become a domain expert and still be relevant to the work that I'm doing in the project?
Yeah, I think the first thing what we need to do is move away from the project mindset, right? Rather than just focusing on what the project ask is, right? Try to get that big picture, right? Go beyond what the project ask is, and look at the capabilities that may help in future from that domain. So slowly you need to start learning the domain. So you have to identify the key business sponsors or the key business representatives who can help you out or who can actually guide you in that direction. So that's what I have done in my experience. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have one working microphone. So now I would like to invite Mo, who actually is, we just had a chat with him before that, of how many of you guys are using Miro in their daily work. You see, so yeah, so Mo was not sure whether it's that popular in our company and in general in the market. I told him, it's an absolutely...
I know it's a popular thing in the market, but I wasn't sure about everything.
Yeah, please welcome Mo, senior solutions engineer, former CTO, and actually, just an advocate of Miro, who will be sharing, the latest developments and, how we business analysts can get the most value out of the product. So, Mo, welcome. Please, that's the microphone.
Thank you very much, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, perfect. And you should be able to see my screen okay. This point? Yeah. Yes, good. Okay, perfect. Well, I'm here to talk about today's work, and I think we might be able to relate to this slide here that says work is messy. It's kind of complicated because of this situation. Can anyone relate to this? Do you have so many of these tools that you try to use on a regular basis? Yeah. Is it hard? Makes things complicated, doesn't it? So especially in your BA world, you're trying to do so many things. If you're, for example, if you're trying to do work management, of course, you're going to do some backlog and road mapping, diagramming. We talked a little bit about that with Raman. Doing all these things in different tools and having to go to those places, find that link, find that tool, find whatever, it makes this really complicated. This is the collaboration chaos, and it causes a lot of problem, like wasted time. There is a research that was done by Aluda that realized that there is 3 hours of work lost every week from this situation of poor collaboration. And this is something that's a really big deal in the market. And you're going to have situations like this where you're going to miss details at some point. So there's another research that was done by Zug. If you're using 10 apps, which I'm sure I probably do something like that, at least 5, but this is what the problem is, because you're trying to switch from, your maybe Jira to Miro. I see a lot of you are using that, to Slack, to Teams, whatever that might mean. And this ultimately is leading us to potentially burnout, but on the other hand, maybe just employee dissatisfaction. And that's never good, right? So you're frustrated. So how can we get better at this? That's what I'll talk about today. How can we be more productive? I'm Hossein. We already introduced myself, so I don't need to go into that. You can see that I work at Miro. That's what I'm going to talk about. But ultimately, some of the things that I'm going to share with you, it doesn't have to be just about Miro. It could be outside of Miro as well. Just I would urge you to think about it in a general way. How can I do some of these things in my life? So we need to make the shift. The shift is a new way of working. And that could look like some of these 4 elements that I'm going to share with you shortly. So number 1, cut meetings. This is something that I think all of us find challenging in many different ways, because I get invited to a meeting. So, okay, I should probably join. But then I end up just being there for 5 minutes. That's really relevant for me. I didn't need to be there in the first place, right? So this async work that we're trying to do, I think we're trying to be more mindful of this, and how do we do this? I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how do you do async work, asynchronous, like at the same time with other people, maybe in different parts of the world. And then we have this other thing that we keep hearing throughout the day, which is AI. There's a lot of interesting things you mentioned, Bindu. I was curious from that security element, because in my job, I have to know a lot of things about a lot of people and companies, and AI helps me do this at speed with a lot of clarity. And this adaptive element is quite interesting, because nowadays, how many presentations maybe we're working on a monthly basis? Like 1, 2, right? Can we get some hands up? 4, okay. Okay. So if you all multiply all of those in your company, you have a lot of data, right? We talked about that value of data. You have a lot of data, probably in different systems. Yeah, that's the problem, but we need to solve that problem. How do we connect it all together? But this word, adaptive, we can adapt those things that are in our tools to make it more fluid in what we're trying to do in our world. Now, I'll talk to you a little bit about how that works in Miro, but this doesn't, again, have to be about Miro, because when you have all these different tools that you're using, maybe Confluence, whatever you have in your business, you need to make sure they're all effectively talking to each other, right? So how do you get that together? There are tools out there. For example, at Miro, we use a tool called Lean that brings in a lot of those tools together, where I can just search and say, hey, I need something or a question. It'll give me some information back, just like you would do perhaps GPT. And then finally, we need to try to, this is related to the last one, we need to integrate everything together, or as much as we can. We're not going to be able to do everything, but as much as we can integrate, it will help us do a little bit better in terms of how we get focused, how ideally we see some more less burnout and all those other problems that we were seeing before. And this number that I showed you here, we'll talk a little bit more about that today, but I want to show you how you can try to be a little more productive, which I think I probably am a lot more productive now using Miro, but some of these things that I just shared, and we'll dig into what that means shortly. So I'm an avid traveler. Do we have any travelers here in the room? Yeah, okay, great. So I'm going to give you a demo today about Miro. And in my demo, I'm going to talk about creating a travel app. So I'm going to talk a little bit from mainly the business analyst perspective, but there will be some other roles like product management, etc., that might be relevant. And the idea here is effectively just how do we plan a trip where we have information about maybe some things I'm going to do in my tour, some tours that I'm going to do, where are the flights, etc. If we have all this stuff in one place, it makes things easier. This already exists in the market, so I'm not going to actually create it, but we're going to talk about how to do something like this, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. And I've been over 50 countries at this point, so I consider myself to have a bit of a PhD in packing. If you have any questions, let me know. I will answer those questions for you. So I have my team here. This is just people from various different parts of the world. So I'm going to be the business analyst. We have our project manager, Sarfraz, who lives in Bangladesh. We have Ashley, who's a product manager in the US. And we have Sean, designer, Valeria, who's a developer. I'm sure this is something that looks pretty similar in your day-to-day. I'm sure this list goes on and on. This is probably what your day looks like. And then, of course, your client, in this case, mine is venture capital, where getting the money is important, and get some feedback from them. So here at this point, I have to introduce you to Miro, but it sounds like you already pretty much know Miro. For those who haven't been introduced to Miro, it is a visual collaboration platform where you can do lots of different things. And this word here, I want to point out, the connective tissue. We want Miro to be that connective tissue where we're trying to bring in information. We're not telling you to get rid of all your tools and use Miro. That's not going to work, never going to work. I know that, you know that. But we want you to be able to bring as much as you can in one place. So if you go to that one board, or there's something called space, then you'll be able to find information much faster than you were able to before. So that's the innovation workspace is the term that we're using. That's where you go innovate. And I'm going to talk to you about some of these things. Of course, in an environment with your clients, you're going to do many different tasks, maybe with working with other folks as well to do some of these things, right? To get to the end product, whatever that is. So we're going to talk about some of these things, particularly the ones that are in green. And at this point, I'm probably going to need a chair to sit here maybe and do my demo. And you can see that I'm already in a board in Miro doing my presentation. Does anyone know that you do presentations in Miro? Perfect, yes. There are a lot of really exciting things that are coming with the presentation. So keep an eye out on that. And hopefully this is a good spot for me to sit. Yeah, okay, cool. Perfect. So first thing we talked about is the idea of cutting meetings, right? So you might know that we have something called templates in Miro, where if you press this button here, it will bring you this view where you can search for thousands of templates. So in your environment for your project, maybe one of the things you're trying to do is something related to product mapping, PI planning. So some of these things, depending on what you're trying to do, if you just click on some of these things or just search up here, you'll find new things that you can use. These are templates. All you have to do is effectively push this button that will bring templates into the board where you can start to do various different things that you might need to. So in this case, I built this demo with various different templates, so you can see a flavor of some of those. So I have, for example, a requirement canvas here, which is a template. So if you are gathering in requirements, I'm sure your requirements look a lot more complicated than this, so apologies for that, but you'll see some things like this where you can bring in information from, for example, your colleagues, maybe you have some requirements, your clients, etc. Once you do this, you can, of course, and by the way, if you're not familiar, this is a sticky, and this is an unlimited sticky pack. If you've never noticed this, you can find that here. And the idea is you're going to go into your sticky and type in whatever it is that's relevant for you. That will get you that requirement, right? And so everyone's probably aware of this. This is not complicated. You might have a situation of, okay, I need to get votes to understand what are the most important requirements. So you'll see something like this, for example, where I can drag a dot vote right there from the corner into my stickies to give a vote. So here is where I'm going to talk a little bit about how do you're normally doing this, and you're probably doing this in a meeting with other people as in a live situation. But you really don't have to do that in a live environment, because there's something called talk track. And if you are not familiar with talk track, if you click this button here, if you just hit this button, record talk track, it will allow you to, hopefully the audio is okay, it doesn't cause any problems, but basically something like this. Like, okay, so hey team, nice to talk to you again. Please review my requirements here and vote on these stickies to make sure that we're all on the same page. And that's, I mean, obviously you can make it more complicated, but that's it. That's as long as it has to be. And then other folks, you can send them a link to this, or if you play it, again, hopefully this is not going to cause much problem. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I can see, you can actually hear anything, but you see now it's going through this, as I'm talking, it's showing me what's happened. So effectively at this point, what I've done is created a 30-second, a minute, 2 minutes, whatever, recording within Miro and not have to get on a call, which is maybe sometimes you need it, but you really don't need to do that at every single time. because you can see what people are doing on the Miro board, and that's about it, right? So that is one way to cut meetings, and you see some other themes as I go continue on forward. Here's another example of a project kickoff template that I pulled in before, and I can put in obviously some photos and other things to make sure we are understanding where the project is going, etc. We don't need to talk more about that because that's nothing really too complicated. But here we talked a little bit already about how to promote async work, right? There's also another element of within async work is working by myself before I give you more information, right? So here's an element of bringing data into Miro. This could be, for example, your, if I go over here, your OneDrive Excel doc, potentially, if you're using Google Drive with clients, perhaps, you can bring those things into Miro. You can bring in Power BI, you can bring in videos from YouTube or other places. You can bring in websites. The idea here is once you bring that in, you're going to need to do some analysis probably, which is probably a lot of your job. So one of the things that you can do, for example, in this case, I have OneDrive. I can zoom into here. Let me just show you what I just did. This is a focused view. This is something that we are working on. If I click on this object, I can press this button, and this will give me the focused mode. I'm within Miro seeing an Excel document that's in OneDrive. So it's quite good for that problem that I was referring to before, burnout of all the tools effectively. I'm going to press this button that says go to Canvas. You can see I already brought some here. But the idea is I'm going to copy some of those. I just did it with my shortcuts here. But if I do this, paste it as stickies, you'll see that I have all of those stickies that I just copied from there. This is probably nothing too new for you so far, but now you should have AI, this button here, which I'll do it in a different way. So I have all this information that I got from my Excel document. I'm going to press this other button, which is also Miro AI, and I will notice that there's something called cluster right here, and I can cluster this information by keyword or sentiment. This is something that Miro AI, using OpenAI GPT, will figure out what is actually happening in this piece of information. So it will then say, okay, you have some people that are disliking something. There's people that are requesting certain features. This is just field research that we've done to bring that into Miro. And then we can very quickly have this information in this theming sort of approach, right? But it doesn't have to be just this, because this, I didn't really do anything effectively. Like maybe I'm thinking I need specific information in a specific way. If I go back here and I can click on doc, I can actually just write a prompt that will very specifically, I could very specifically say, give me themes around energy, I don't know where energy went, or security or whatever, right? Depending on what you're looking for, it will put it into those buckets in a Word doc or in a Miro doc and give you that information in a very simple way. So that's something that you can do in Miro. Hopefully that's something new.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Is it just for the stickers that you've selected?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, yeah. So you can select all the things on my board. Like you can select as many things as you want, and it will only for the clustering. It'll do best to yes.
Because that's a big part of the work that you usually do, because you can have a lot of ideas or user stories or concepts, and part of the job is actually sort of forming the skeleton of the product out of those.
Yeah. Are you telling me you're going to save 21.3%?
Probably.
No, yes, I can see that. All right. So
the product have to create all the classification and everything. Now we check and verify. So yes, the product have to do both. So it's it's an improvement.
Yeah. Whatever workshop you only have time, like let's cluster them. That's like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Now you can do it within seconds. All right. So I'm going to show you something else that I think could be interesting. So I'm telling you to do async work, but it's not always going to make sense, right? So you will often have to do things like this, workshops with people, either real live in person or on virtual. I don't know where folks are. Hello. So you will be able to use templates like this to define some of these things. So again, same, it's all the things that you're already used to, the problem, the audience, etc. Like nothing too complicated here. But we are introducing, or we have introduced Miro AI to here as well. there's a button that I have pre-created that says generate ideas, and I'll just zoom in so you can see it just appeared out of nowhere using Miro AI, and it's taken into context these 4 frames here to say, okay, what do I need to do in this case? I actually have solutions that I've defined with my teams, but I want to use AI to give me more ideas. So because it already knows about this solution, it will expand on that and say, how about this? Did you think about that? And if you don't, if you say, okay, this is not really relevant for me, get rid of it. You can do the dot coding here as well, to make sure it's relevant. Get rid of all, generate again, whatever makes sense. But yes, you already have it. I'll show you how to get there. And then you can also press this other button that I just pressed now to create a product brief. Very simply, we now have a product brief from those 5 frames that I just had. Yes?
About the previous one, how do you define based on which part of the board will be considered?
Yeah, very good question. So if I select this object, actually, let me show you before I do that. I just want to make sure. I think I'm going to run out of time. So if I go to this this thing called Action Shortcut, this is a new feature that you'll have. If you press this button, it will bring this up for you. And you can say, I want to create a shortcut, which, for example, a timer or talk track, those kinds of shortcuts, or you want to create. Create is this is what I'm doing. And you say what you want to create, in this case, .doc or some of these things. But I will, if I just go out of here, I'll click on this one, I'll edit this, and you can see the actions that I've already done. I have the sources, and I also have the destination to answer your question. My destination is this frame that's called generate doc. So it will generate in that spot where I'm asking it to generate. And I have a prompt, so I don't know if anyone has a prompt engineering background, but you can go to GPT, type in your ideas, and tell it to give you a prompt. I see some smart people here in the room. You can get this prompt as long as you give it some context. And of course, yeah, this prompt may not make the perfect sense for me. But if you change some of these things by saying, for example, okay, in the data points, I don't need to include qualitative information. Maybe I don't have it, whatever. That's the idea. So once you get the idea from AI, then you can change it to whatever you need to, and
so
you have a prompt.
basically an agent within Miro, right?
Correct. Yeah. So then you have a product brief. Again, I need to kind of go quickly, I think. So I will try to be fast here. But you have this doc now within Miro. This is something that we introduced recently. It's a format that allows you to put in any information in here. You can use it as a normal document, like a Word doc. I can edit things. I can add images and whatnot, right? So I would explore that a little bit. But it's not just that. This thing is my favorite part. So I'm just going to actually do this because let me see. Here we go. I forgot to mention. So even though we were doing that maybe in person or on a virtual call, that whole process maybe would have taken us an hour before. It could be done in 30 minutes. Of course, like if the project is complicated, maybe from 5 hours to 2 hours or 3 hours or whatever. So that's the idea, right? So the other thing I'm going to do now is select these stickies here. I'm going to click back on my AI, and I'm going to go to table, and I'm going to say project trackers. This is important. And I'm going to say start date and end date for a specific reason. And you'll notice that, again, I have selected these objects, which are stickies. And I'm saying that, or I'm seeing that it says 24-hour used in context. And if I press this button, this might take a little bit of time. Let's see how long it'll take. But it will create well, actually, I did it before. So it will create this project tracker based on the features that I put in here, the other ideas that I have on those stickies. And it will, the owners obviously won't make sense because it's just made up, but it will give you start dates and end dates. Probably also won't make sense for you, but you can change it. There you are, that's done. And it will also have status. This is another new thing that we have within Miro, which is a table. And if you need to table, you can always go down here and find this table. But I generated this with AI. You can see I've also added some nice colors and everything, and you can also add additional fields here, columns here to make it related to the other things that you were talking about.
What's the source of the start date and end date?
It's made up. Okay. Yeah. So you don't have to include that in there. The reason I did for my demo specifically is because what I can do, let me just get rid of this, is to sync this. And if you copy this and if you paste it, it will ask me, do I want to duplicate or sync? I want to sync this, which will allow me, you'll see that there's 3 copies now of the synced version, which will allow me to change this, which I can now see a timeline. I'll actually just show you the one I already created before. Go into focus mode, and this is the timeline of the same project plan with the same tasks that you have. And that's the start and end date. So obviously you'll have to make some adjustments to make it all work correctly. You can move these around for different dates, maybe. You can change the weeks and months of whatever this view might have to be. That is the power that we're bringing to you with AI to get to that next step much, much, much faster. Use a project plan, use a sync copy of a timeline all in one place. This can get a lot more complicated, of course, but we don't have really time for that. So maybe on another call, we can do that. So I don't think I have the time for all of the other things, but I do want to mention that within Miro, you can do process mapping. Now you can do that with AI as well. So if you go here, you'll see flowcharts and all these other diagrams that you can create. So here's an example of my process map documentation. So I have a very specific documentation that says do this, this, this thing, which is in Miro doc here. And if I click on this, I say basically go in here, say flowchart. You'll see that it's one object selected. I can say, ask it to create a flowchart for me, and it will simply just create a flowchart for me. It won't look as nice as the one I created here because I made it colorful and all nice afterwards. But the idea is that you can get something very quickly, but then make it your own. So it's the same idea with AI from anywhere. It's going to get you 70, 80% of the way, but you need to sort of finish the race, right? You can do things like architecture diagrams. Some of you, especially talking about the security and everything, might find that interesting. You can create prototypes in Miro if you need to. So the idea isn't to get designers into Miro and create prototypes. It's for us as business analysts to get some ideas. So I have a specific thing I'm thinking about. I'm in my client meeting. I'm going to just say, okay, let's create something for me. And then I'm going to talk to my client that's sitting next to me and say, hey, do you like this? Does this make sense to you? And they say, no, yeah, I think some other ideas. And so very simply, you can make some edits here, and then you hand it over to your designer. But hey, don't worry, because they're probably going to work in Figma, and we have a integration to Figma where you can bring it in. You can put it all in one place in peace again. And
can you actually generate some designs using AI? Or
yes, those two, the examples that I created, they're all created with AI. So if I go back here, if I click this button here, I say text prompt. I can say, let's say mobile. I want to create a multi-flow like I just did, and I just need to type in something about what I'm interested in. The more detail you give it, the more contextual it'll be, obviously. So that's what I would recommend. So that would be helpful. And then, of course, you saw me present, so I don't need to talk about it. Slides are very interesting. I also will take 30 seconds here for the last part, which is integrate. You saw me integrate things into my board from OneDrive. What else did I integrate? I can't remember actually anymore, but Figma, and then Jira, you can also integrate. So some of you probably are working with clients that are using Confluence, Jira. You can integrate even Azure DevOps in a 2-sync way. So I, for example, I'm not a Jira expert. I don't really want to go into Jira, but I need to see some things about Jira, potentially about where my project is. So if I connect it to Miro, I can bring this board where I can see, for example, I've completed a couple of tasks in my sprint 1. Again, it's very simple compared to your projects that you're looking at. My developers finished 1, but they've got some more to go in sprint 2. And I can also do a lot more things like assign things to different people, do estimates, see dependencies from one project to another, or within the project itself. That's all possible within Miro. And hey, we've done so much work that it's launch day. It's quite happy. We're excited, aren't we? And so we're going to launch this out to the world. And afterwards, we probably need to make sure that we are monitoring this to make sure everyone is getting all the things that you're interested in, happy. But maybe we have some data in Power BI. So again, integrate information as much as you can. Here I have a dashboard that's within Miro, but it's connected to Power BI. I can see my dashboard. I can keep an eye on my app, make sure that there aren't any problems. And if there are any problems, I should get an alert from Power BI and be on my way to work with the developer, right? So I hope that all made sense and didn't go too fast. So you saw some of these things that I just talked about. Hopefully made sense. If you have questions, we can refer to that. So all of these things that I shared before, again, it doesn't have to all be in Miro, but you can make it in Miro if you want to, just like I did. And I think this is pretty obvious at this point, but once you bring everything together, the thing that you're going to get, the value, is hopefully not having to extend the timeline of projects, which is I've been a consultant before. That's something I've dealt with before, and it's never pleasant for the client or you as a company. And then accelerate, ideally, those projects so they can be even done faster, which probably won't happen, but maybe just a tiny bit. And so this number, I kind of made this up. It's kind of what I think is I'm productive, but that's not just made up. It's got some backing to it. We do something called a Miro value assessment with our customers, and this is probably about 6 months or a year old at this point. But we have understood that without Miro AI, which now you can see how fast things can go, people say, of all these people, 40,000, they say they can save about 3 hours per week, which is pretty good. But if we apply AI to it, maybe it could be 8 hours, potentially a full day. I mean, you're probably not going to take that as a vacation day, but maybe we'll just speed things up a little bit, or we'll just take a little bit of a break, if that allows you. And then there's all these other metrics that you can see where I sort of came up with that 21.3 idea. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what makes sense. So I would urge you to start being more productive today with some of the things that I showed you. If you have any questions, we can certainly help answer those questions. And also, if you want to use Miro and you don't already have it, we think most of you already do, you can reach out to your leaders within your business. And we can also do sessions that are a lot more in-depth than this 30-minute session. And here myself, I'm here again. You can connect with me on LinkedIn if you like. And Jay is the account manager in the back here. So you can all say hello to Jay after. And this is something that you probably don't know. It's the QR Stickies app, which is interesting because if you enable it, you can do workshops in such an environment. I can have all of you put something in here. If you scan it, it will appear here if you type something in your browser. And that will allow me to see your questions. But you might already have questions that you want to ask. But I think I'm also out of time, so that might just be over. Anything else before I wrap up?
I can see our 4-day working week coming soon. I'm very happy with that.
That's one way to get there. Yes, absolutely. I would love to have a 4-day work week.
Have you done any work in terms of, I know because you clearly said 21.3, have you done any work in comparison with other requirements management tools and why this is standing out?
No, it's so even the metrics that I was showing before, it's difficult. I sometimes get on user interviews, I'm sure a lot of you do, to understand how people use Miro and what value they get. It is really difficult to have them say, yeah, like I saved X amount of time per week. I ask that question every time, and it's really difficult. So it's one of those things that we have to almost infer from the other things that they're saying.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that clarification. In terms of the features itself, because I was looking at the other demos, the presentations about AI, embedding AI into their requirements management tools. And every time when we see it, it feels wow, because it does things so quickly. So my question here is Miro standing out in any of those features in comparison to other requirements? I know it's not properly technically a requirements management tool, but in comparison to that, for example, let me give you there's a tracking facility, okay, of requirements, which is again a very fundamental feature for BAs. So when there's any change, the tracking happens and all that. So I'm just trying to understand if I, as an end user, have to choose. Have you done any work in terms of saying those and why this is, the highlights of your product?
Yeah, just through those value assessments. So it's not that technical at the end of the day. It's more qualitative in most cases, I would say. But we can talk more about it. Sounds like you have some ideas that I'd like to hear.
Yeah, we'll have the networking part after the main stage. So thank you, Mo. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I think that was really useful and hopefully productivity boostful for all of us, right? So definitely it would be interesting to hear even more about that, but maybe we'll agree with more and organize another session. And now we are inviting Senior Director of Product Management, a former Chief Product Officer, and just one of the greatest product managers of all time. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, delighted to be here. Who will share more about client-centricity and I guess very hot topic lately. So welcome, Barry.
Thank you very much for that, Roman. More than I deserve.
Wait, just to get back to
Good quality.
Are we lost
What do you want to do for that?
Минуту, правда? Запусти презентацію.
Давай. Я розміряла так.
Nobody has ever introduced me as the greatest product manager of all time. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I'm humble, obviously.
He's going to send you the priority list for the next backlog.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. The Miro stuff is great, no? We could have done another half. Would you like us to bend this off? We could do another half. We would actually learn something. There we go. Yeah, so that was really great. The two things that stood out for me, the sticky note stacks. How was that? Like Olga introduced me to sticky note stacks, actually. Life-changing, honestly life-changing. Yeah, amazing. Such a simple thing, but really impressive. And the AI integration. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Barry. I'm part of the product management team in UK and Ireland. I've got a long history of product and technology leadership. I've spent most of my career trying to understand what customers' needs are. But for the last 4 years, I've spent time trying to understand what EPAM's clients need and what their customers need. So that's what we're going to talk about today, to dive deeper into understanding what, as EPAM, our customers, our clients are really asking for. It's all about client centricity. So imagine a patient standing in a doctor's office and hands the doctor a piece of paper that says, "This is what I need." What's a good doctor going to do? They're not going to write a prescription and say, "There you go." What's a good doctor going to do?
Deep into what the issue is.
Right, they're going to ask some questions to find out from the patient what the actual problem is. And that, of course, through a slightly tortured analogy, I guess, see if you can spot the AI-generated images. I spent so much more time than I should have generating AI images for this. That's what we're going to talk about. My goal here is to share a mindset, share an approach, not share a prescriptive framework, but a way of thinking about this. So why is it important for us just now? Our clients are always coming to us to solve some kind of problem, whether they come to us with an RFP, whether it's just a conversation that we have in a hallway, whatever it is, they're coming to us with some kind of problem, and more often than not, that is articulated as a solution, not as a problem. And we'll look at an example a bit later on. So they're coming to us with a solution, masquerading as a problem to solve. And we could just build that thing, whatever it is. We are, I mean, not me particularly, but you guys and all of our engineers are fantastic technologists. We can build stuff, it's what we do. But I want to show you some reasons for why this client centricity and why digging into what the problem really is so important, and now more than ever. I don't know what I was trying to achieve with that one. So firstly, it's about moving up the value chain. When we are just executing on some kind of prescriptive request, we give them our clients, we give them our skilled hands. But when we show that we care deeply about the problem that they're trying to solve, we co-create the best solution together, we become something different. We become, hopefully, strategic partners. And this, for us, and for our clients, I believe, is where the real value lies. It fosters these deep, long-lasting, resilient client relationships. It's also about delivering genuine impact. So we want, like everyone, I think, our work to matter to us and to matter to our clients as well. If we just build a solution blindly, it's not necessarily solving the underlying business challenge. You know, I thought it was just me getting hot, but it's not. It's now they switch off the AC. If we dive deeper, we help ensure the solutions that we build actually solve the real problems that there are. And thirdly, if we dive deeper, we're helping to reduce wasted spend. How many projects, even if they're not actually going sideways, waste money because they're building stuff that doesn't really solve the problem that our client, the customer, actually has? What else? We want to foster innovation, and if we just build a solution, we're not innovating. But if we really understand the problem that we're trying to solve, we can propose solutions that go beyond what's being proposed to us. We can propose solutions that are innovative. They're leveraging the breadth and the depth of the expertise in technology that we've got. It is a transformative, not transactional. So this is how we differentiate ourselves. And then finally, it's empowering and strategic. Empowering in the sense that whatever your role is, I mean, I speak from a position of being a product manager, I've never been a business analyst, but I think whatever your role is in a project, if you can understand the why behind the what, then your contribution almost inevitably becomes more strategic than it would have been otherwise. It's more focused, and you might even find it more fulfilling. So the question is, I mean, this is important, it's clearly important, but the question is, how do we consistently go about doing that? How do we really understand the why behind the what? And that's what we're going to talk about, a kind of practical framework. And not just a framework, or maybe not even a framework, a mindset more than a framework. So there are a few key components here that when we use them together, we can get to the heart of things, uncover the real needs. Now, bear in mind here, I think I said this, but bear in mind that it's the needs of our client, the organization that we're working with that I'm talking about now, not necessarily, although of course it's embedded in it, who their customers are. Right. One thing is embedded with the other, but that's the starting point. So there's 5 core elements here. First of all, collaborating. All of this diving deeper stuff is not a solo mission. You do it with others for reasons that we'll talk about. Secondly, do the homework. Before any kind of engagement with a client on an ask, it's really important to do the groundwork, to create the foundational knowledge and understanding to build everything else on top of. Third, having done that, frame the problem. So what we're building is a clear hypothesis about what the actual underlying problem behind the ask is. Number 4, ask the right questions. So once we've done that, we've got a hypothesis, we need to test it. We've got a thing that we can go ahead and bring to the client that's based on a solid understanding of where they're at, what their context is. And then number 5, we start talking about problems. They bring to us a solution. There's an underlying problem that they're trying to solve. When we talk about problems, that's not really great framing. So we want to reframe those problems as opportunities. So we're really communicating the value that we can add. Catch up with myself here. So we're going to talk about research and thinking deeply. I want to make a quick note about AI in this context. You absolutely have to use AI to move quickly, to explore the edges, to go fast, to accelerate and go further than you would have been able to before. And remember the goal here. The goal is for you and a team of people working together to respond to a client's ask, think deeply, understand nuance, and connect empathically with what that need is. So you're building a nuanced, non-transactional relationship with another person. I mean, we say client, right? But it's basically just people, and people buy and talk to people and engage with people. So while the AI can help go fast, go deep, do research, synthesize, summarize, bring together, at the end of the day, it can explain it to you, but it can't understand it for you. So you are trying to build that human empathy. So use the tools, go fast, do more than you would have been able to do before. But remember, ultimately, it's you that's building a relationship with another human being and with the problem that they and their organization actually have. Okay, so collaborating. No one's an island. Any kind of evaluation of an ask is even simple stuff, but they're never simple at the end of the day. So these things are team sports, and I always have the most success and do better when I'm thinking with others. And inevitably this happens in Miro. I don't know why you invite it. It's like I'm just bigging up the Miro guys, but yeah, it's great, honestly. So if you think about it, when a request comes in, whether it's an RFP or an opportunity discussion or a new feature from the existing client, whatever it is, our perspective is loaded with the baggage that we bring to it. So someone with a product mindset, very much me, will be thinking about the why, the user value, the business outcomes. Someone with a delivery excellence mindset is thinking about feasibility, they're thinking about timelines, they're thinking about potential roadblocks. Solution architecture is exploring the technical possibilities, they're thinking about constraints, they're thinking about integration and dependencies. And all of these perspectives are really important, but it's when you bring them together, even relatively briefly when you bring them together, that the magic happens. You start to see these challenges that our clients are bringing from multiple perspectives. So ultimately, our clients are coming to us to solve a problem. It's only really when you see them on the screen that you see these images with fresh eyes, and it looks like these are light bulb worshippers. It's weird. Anyway, yes, so distracting myself. So when people get together, they bring these different lenses together. It helps ensure that we're not just focused on the technical build. We're not just focused on the business problem, but we're focused on the desired outcome. It also, by bringing these people together, we can stress test any assumptions that we're making, because it's other people will question those assumptions when you have good working relationships. And it makes sure we're not missing something obvious. This is something I do all the time. State some stuff, and then it takes me a long time, if it's just me thinking, to get to the point where I've kind of looked back around and discovered and tested my own assumptions. It happens much faster with others. So the collaborative approach lets us form this initial hypothesis for what the problem statement is, and then get moving. Okay, so we have done the first step. We've got collaborating. Second thing, doing the homework, building a foundational understanding. There is no getting away from this. How much of this you have to do really depends on where you're at. If you're already working with a client, you know them really well, and you have very importantly captured and shared and collaborated on this information, then you might be a couple of steps ahead. But before we start bringing questions to a client, and I'm thinking in situations like an RFP here, before we start quizzing them, it's really important to do this foundational work, because all of that helps us ask smarter questions and build smarter hypotheses. The other thing about this work is, yes, it kind of loads our brains and gives us the information that we need. But when you then take all of this, you take yourself back to the client, the work that you've done is then visible to them. And I don't mean like you show it to them, but by demonstrating the knowledge that you have, you're showing them that you care about the problem that they're solving. You care about the problem that they're solving. And this is really important. And of course, it also helps us get past, when we're sitting down with the client, get past a set of really straightforward and basic questions that they know, if you had researched it, that you wouldn't have to ask them. And so those two things then become really important. Nobody wants to be sitting in front of a client with them thinking, if you'd read last year's annual report, you would know the answer to this question. We can do that. And of course, now that we don't have to read 120-page reports ourselves, and we can have the AI summarize it for us, this becomes much more straightforward. So what kind of things are we looking for in the homework phase of all of this, the foundational understanding phase? Vision, mission, and overall strategy, business model, investments, costs, what are the revenue streams? What's the operating model? How are they making money? Really importantly, of course, their products and services, which should be relatively straightforward to find, but who are their customers? What problems their offerings solve? Can we spend a bit of time building personas? These are personas we're building before we actually talk to the client about who their customers are. This should all be possible. Key people in the organization, that's an easy one to forget, but if you've been presented with an RFP, you know at some point you're going to have to talk to people, find out who they are. What do they care about? What are they talking about when they go on LinkedIn and post stuff? And of course, I didn't add this, industry context is really important as well. Really what you're trying to do here, and remember you're working with others, so it's not just you, it's you and the team and the AI. You're trying to satisfy your curiosity, engage and satisfy your curiosity. Let it run riot, but really, really importantly, make sure that it all gets written down. So where we find this stuff, we find it in annual reports and company websites and keynote speeches. I had an epiphany one day and started looking at YouTube for interviews and things. There are tons of stuff there. We tend to be engaging at kind of mid to high level in organizations, and these people talk. They go they go out into the world and they talk about the things that they care about. I've also built agent workflows. I mean, EPAM, of course, has a ton of AI accelerators. I've built workflows that help do deep research, and that's all internal with our tools. But of course, deep research is improving all the time in third-party tools. The goal here is not necessarily to become a business expert or an expert in their business overnight, but again, to gather enough intelligence that whatever the ask is, you can combine those two things and unpick that ask and place it in proper strategic context that you wouldn't necessarily have within the ask itself.
Can I just add something here? My experience, my clients are always saying, what are my competitors doing?
Sure.
So that's like one of the 101 questions that time and time again now you get asked, what are my competitors doing? Because my client wants to get their product out for, say, another competitor. So as part of the homework, most clients do focus on
That's enough of that question.
Hopefully it's a pass. You want to go and, yeah, I'm going to pass.
I'm not trying to talk over it. Yeah, maybe we. Do we run for the door at this point? Probably okay. If you're online, we're heading for the door. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I was just getting into that. It's getting excited. He's got to stop my time.
Can you leave our stuff here? Is that okay? Yeah, you might. I mean, I guess so. Probably just false alarm.